Welcome back, my family. Before we dive into tonight's creepy little journey, make sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this with someone who loves a good scare before bed. I would love to know where you are watching from and what time it is for you right now. So drop it down in the comments and hype me up a little on YouTube. Now, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let us step into tonight's story.
I used to think the creepiest thing about working graveyard shift at a gas station was the people. The drunks, the truckers who stared too long, the cars that pulled in, idled for 10 minutes, then drove off without buying anything. That was the stuff I was ready for. Cameras, panic button, cops on speed dial. I could handle all that. I was not ready for the noise under the building. We thought it was just an abandoned maintenance tunnel under the gas station, until the dog refused to go near it. The rope was yanked out of my hands, and the security camera caught the hatch door moving from the inside. If you have ever pulled off I-70 in Ohio around 2 or 3 in the morning, grabbed gas and a coffee at a lonely little station with a flickering sign, there is a chance you parked right above where this happened. You would never notice it from the front. From the counter, it looks like any other place. Humming coolers, buzzing fluorescent lights, hot dogs slowly dying on the roller grill. But out back, behind the dumpsters, there was this metal door set low into the wall. No sign, no label. Just a square hatch with a rusted lock and a thin line at the bottom where warm air leaked out on nights when everything else was frozen. The first time I pressed my ear to that metal, I heard it. A low, steady hum. Too smooth to be a fan, too wet to be wiring. Like a throat holding one long note. It did not sound like any machine I had ever heard in my life. And once I heard it, I could not unhear it. I started going out there on my breaks just to listen, telling myself I was being stupid, that it was just old ductwork or fuel lines or something. I wish I had been right, because the farther we went down there, the more that sound changed. It went from a hum to a breath, from a breath to something that could pull back. And by the time I realized it was not just noise, we already had proof on camera that whatever was under that hatch knew we were there. This is what happened under exit 39. 1.1, 12:23 a.m. in Columbus. It is 12:23 a.m. in Columbus, Ohio, and my entire world is the size of a cheap kitchen table. I am sitting at it right now. The table is fake wood, the kind you buy flat-packed and swear at for an hour while you put it together. One leg is a little shorter than the others, so if I lean on the wrong corner, it wobbles. My laptop is open in front of me, the screen throwing pale light over my hands, the chipped edge of a ceramic mug, the scratched surface of the table. On the screen, there is nothing but a blank email and a blinking cursor. The email is addressed to a horror channel on YouTube, not to the police, not to a lawyer, not to any friend or family member, just to a channel where strangers send their stories when they do not know what else to do with them. The rest of the apartment is behind me. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, 1 narrow strip of living room with a thrift store couch pushed against the wall. The kitchen is really just a corner of the same room, carved out by a change in flooring. The carpet stops exactly under my chair. Beyond that, it turns into yellowed vinyl that tries its best to look like tile. The digital clock on the stove glows green in the dark. 12:23. The overhead light above the stove is off, so the only light is from the laptop and the little dome fixture in the ceiling, which hums faintly when it is on. Right now it is off too, so the hum belongs to something else. The refrigerator is doing its slow, steady rumble behind me, the cheap kind of fridge that always sounds like it is working too hard. Every few seconds, it gives a tiny click, like it is clearing its throat. The central air is blowing a thin stream of cool air through the vent above the hallway, making the doorway shadows breathe in and out. If I focus, I can hear the faint swish of cars on wet pavement out on the main road, softened by 2 floors of old drywall and insulation. There is the constant tiny tinnitus of city night. Someone's TV up above, a muffled laugh through the ceiling, the occasional distant siren that never feels like it is for you. This is the part of the night that used to feel safe to me. All the normal noises stacked on top of each other, woven into a blanket thick enough to drown out memory. Now, it feels like they are all just distractions. The cursor blinks. The subject line is still empty. I am in my late 20s now. I work a job so boring it barely feels real when I clock out. Answering emails for a logistics company, staring at spreadsheets until the numbers blur together. I come home, microwave something from the freezer, scroll, shower, sleep. On weekends, I do laundry and pretend I am going to change something about my life next week. But this story is not about my current job, or this apartment, or the way my life slid into this quiet little groove. It is about a few years back, when I was 25, maybe 26, working the graveyard shift at a gas station off I-70, a little nowhere exit you have probably flown past without a second thought. Exit 39. One of those exits with a cluster of lights in the dark. A gas station, a fast food place, a motel with half the letters on its sign burned out. Back then, my schedule was flipped. I slept until noon, woke up in the afternoon light feeling like my day had already been wasted, made burnt coffee in a tiny kitchen that smelled like whatever my downstairs neighbor was cooking. I would take a shower, put on whatever shirt did not smell like the last shift, and drive out to the highway as the sun went down. The station was nothing special. Inside, it was all humming coolers, buzzing fluorescents, and shelves of things nobody really needs at 3 in the morning. Outside, it was a rectangle of hard light in an ocean of dark, with pumps that beeped in 3 different pitches, and a bathroom that always smelled like bleach, and something the bleach could not quite erase. It was lonely, but I got used to that. You get used to a lot of things on the night shift. Microwaved dinners at 2 a.m., coffee that tastes like burnt plastic, customers who look at you like you are part of the equipment. You get used to being the only person awake in a building full of humming machines. I have been putting off writing this for a long time. Years. I kept telling myself it sounded stupid or crazy, or like the kind of thing you only hear on channels like the one I am writing to now. I told myself nobody would believe it. I told myself I did not even believe it. Not really, not all the way. Mostly, I told myself that saying it out loud would make it real again. The cursor keeps blinking. My fingers hover over the keyboard, not quite touching the keys, like I am afraid the wrong word will summon something up through the floor. That is when it happens. The AC cuts off mid-breath. The fridge clicks and goes still. The faint thump of bass from my upstairs neighbor's TV stops dead, like someone hit pause. The apartment falls into a hard, heavy silence. Not the natural kind you get in the country, but a mechanical silence. The moment between 2 cycles when everything that usually covers the quiet decides to rest at the same time. If you have never noticed it before, you will now. Every building has it. A point, once a cycle, where all the machines it depends on happen to go quiet together, just for a second or two. If you are not listening, it slips past. If you are, it feels like the entire place is holding its breath. I feel it like a pressure change. The air gets thicker. My ears ring. In that 1-second pocket, I hear something else. From the direction of the bathroom down the short hallway behind me, through the cracked open door, there is a faint sound from the vent above the shower. It is not loud. It is not even clear. It is just a low, drawn-out hum, wet at the edges. The way a throat sounds when it is full of something and trying to push a note through anyway. It lasts just long enough for my brain to recognize it. Then the fridge kicks back on with a clunk. The AC sighs back to life. A car horn bleats somewhere outside. The upstairs TV laughs again, canned studio laughter through cheap drywall. I stare at the laptop screen, fingers still in the air, pretending that none of that mattered. I tell myself, like I always do, that sounds travel in weird ways through old buildings, that vents carry voices from other apartments, that pipes and ducts and wires sing when they expand and cool, that I am tired, that this is not what I think it is. And then, because if I do not keep going, I am going to get up from this chair and never come back to it, I start to type. I write, "This is not for the police. This is not for a therapist. This is for whoever reads these on your channel at 3 in the morning, when they are alone in their car or their bed, and they think they are just killing time." I pause, then type the next line. This did not start here. It started under the asphalt. I sit back for a second, listening to the apartment breathe around me. The hum from the vent does not come back, but I can feel it in the memory, like a bruise you know is there even when you are not touching it. If you are listening to this in your car in some dark parking lot, or in your bed next to a humming air conditioner, just know this. The sound you think is just pipes or vents, the little noises you write off as nothing. Sometimes they are nothing. Sometimes they follow people. For me, the first time I heard it was behind the dumpsters at a gas station, off a highway you might have driven past 100 times. 1.2, welcome to exit 39. When I think about exit 39, the first thing that comes to mind is the color of the light. Out on the highway, everything is black and gray and motion. But as you pull off the ramp and curve around toward the gas station, the world turns this sickly yellow-orange from the sodium vapor lamps in the lot. It flattens everything out. Cars, people, trash blowing across the asphalt. They all get painted in the same tired glow. The gas station itself sat just far enough from the interstate that the building didn't shake when big rigs rolled by, but close enough that you could always hear the low, steady hiss of tires on pavement if you stepped outside. On a winter night, when the air was cold and clear, that hiss felt almost constant, like the sound of a river you could not see. Inside, it was a different universe, buzzing fluorescent tubes and aging fixtures, a constant high whine just above hearing. Coolers lining the back wall hummed and rattled as they cycled on and off, each one with its own pitch. The ice cream freezer by the counter had this strange, throaty rumble that sounded like someone snoring in the back of their throat. If you stood still long enough, you could tell which machine was about to kick on just by the way the others seemed to lean out of its way in the soundscape. Every shift had its ritual noises. The door chime that went off every time someone came in. 3 notes, always a half second too loud. The coffee machine sputtering and wheezing like an asthmatic dragon whenever I hit the brew button. The microwave beeping 3 times in a row, no matter what, even if the pizza pocket inside was still half frozen. The occasional squawk of static as a police cruiser rolled into the lot and the cop's radio barked something I was not supposed to overhear. And under it all, the low throb of trucks idling by the diesel pumps, engines vibrating through the glass front, headlights sweeping past as drivers pulled in and out. It smelled like every gas station you have ever been in at 2 or 3 in the morning. Burnt, over-extracted coffee. Hot dogs slowly rotating on the roller, their skins going from glossy to dull. Cheap, lemon-scented cleaning chemicals that never really beat back the odor of spilled soda and old sugar. A faint, always-present trace of gasoline in the air, like the building itself had soaked it into its bones. That was my workplace. That was my world. I started there because I needed a job that did not ask much and paid just enough. I stayed, at least at first, because of the quiet. The graveyard shift looks terrifying from the outside, but if you are the one behind the counter, it is mostly routine. Stock the shelves. Rotate the milk so the oldest is at the front. Wipe the coffee station down. Empty the trash. Watch the security monitors. Count the drawer. Repeat. The loneliness was almost comforting. I could go entire hours with no one but a trucker grabbing a coffee or a kid with a fake ID trying to act older than he was. There is a strange peace in being the only person awake in a fluorescent bubble while the rest of the world sleeps or speeds by outside. I was not alone all the time, though. Most nights, at least at the beginning, I worked with Mark. Mark was a few years older than me, maybe 30, 31. He had that permanent 5 o'clock shadow that never seemed to go away no matter what time of day it was. He wore his cap backwards, always smelled faintly like motor oil and off-brand cologne, and had an endless supply of stories that started with, "You ever see those videos where?" He was obsessed with YouTube channels about abandoned malls, condemned hospitals, underground tunnels, urban exploration stuff. He would prop his phone up behind the counter during slow nights and show me shaky footage of people climbing into places they definitely were not supposed to be. "Look at this," he would say, jabbing a finger at the screen. "Old hotel in Detroit. They left all the furniture. Whole ballroom just sitting there, rotting. You know how many views they got for this?" I would nod and pretend I was not imagining what it must smell like in those places. If Mark was the restless one, then Gary, our manager, was the opposite. Gary had been there forever. Middle-aged, mustache, polo shirts with the station logo embroidered crookedly over his heart. His kingdom was inventory and shrinkage. He cared about cigarettes not walking out the door, about the lottery drawer balancing, about the pump logs being filled out correctly. Weird noises, weird customers, weird feelings, so those belonged in the "don't bother me with that" pile. If it's not stealing, broken, or on fire, it's not my problem, he told me once, when I mentioned a strange smell from the back room. He laughed, but he meant it. Still, for a while, nothing really felt wrong. The nights had a rhythm. Regulars came and went. Police cruisers idled in the lot. We cleaned, we counted, we went home and slept through the daylight. There was a kind of numbing comfort in that. It took me a couple of months to really start noticing the back of the building. Behind the station, past the employee entrance, there was a concrete strip that wrapped around the rear wall. Trucks sometimes cut through the lot and back there to make tight turns, leaving long black arcs of rubber. Near the corner was the dumpster area, fenced on 3 sides with chain link, open on the side facing the building. The concrete there was cracked, oil-stained, dark streaks leading away from the dumpsters where things had leaked and dried under the sun. If you walked out the back door and went straight to the dumpsters, there was nothing to see except overflowing trash bags and cardboard boxes that refused to flatten. But if you veered a little to the right, closer to the wall, there was something else. Bolted into the lower part of the wall, maybe a foot or 2 off the ground, was a square hatch of metal. It was about the width of a manhole cover and about half as tall, set flush into the cinder block. There was no label on it, no painted warning, no "do not enter." Just dull gray metal with a rusted hasp where a lock hung, brown with age. The first few dozen times I walked past it, I did not really register it as anything other than part of the background. If I thought about it at all, I assumed it was some old utility access, long forgotten. It was just another weird detail in a place full of weird details. Then, one quiet night, I decided to step closer. It was late November, the kind of cold where the air makes your teeth ache if you breathe too sharply. The wind had died down, and the highway sounded far away for once, a slow, distant sigh instead of a constant roar. I had stepped outside to smoke, the way I sometimes did when there was no one in the store, and I needed a minute of air that did not taste like burnt coffee. I stood near the dumpsters at first, flicking ash into an old plastic cup, staring up at the orange glow from the parking lot lights. My breath came out in white clouds. After a moment, my eyes drifted to the wall, to the little square of metal I always ignored. I do not know why I walked closer that night. Boredom, maybe, or the way the shadows pooled around it. Or maybe it had been humming like that for months, and my brain simply chose that moment to admit it. Because once I got within a few feet of it, I realized that the air was not as quiet as I thought. There was a sound, faint at first, not loud enough to notice from the middle of the lot, but right there next to the hatch, it was unmistakable. A hum, not the clean buzz of electricity, not the shrill whine of a transformer, not the whoosh of air moving through a vent. This was thicker. It had texture. It sounded like someone holding a long, low note in the back of their throat. Not singing, not speaking, just pushing air through something that did not want to let it pass. There was a wetness at the edges of it, a kind of soft crackle, like there was fluid somewhere it should not be. I crouched without really thinking about it, the cold seeping through my knees, and leaned closer. The metal of the hatch was cold enough that I could feel it radiating into my face even without touching it. At the very bottom of the square, where the metal met the concrete, there was a narrow, uneven gap, no more than a few millimeters at its widest. From that tiny seam, I could feel a trickle of air on my skin. The strange thing was, it was warm. Up above, my breath was steaming in the cold. My fingers ached around the cigarette. But the air sliding out from under that hatch against my knuckles felt like the exhaust from an old space heater. Warm, damp, carrying with it a faint smell of dust and something older, something that had not seen the open air in a long time. I held my hand closer. The hum shifted, just a little. The pitch changed, half a tone higher, then dropped again when I pulled my hand back. I moved my hand closer and farther a few times, barely breathing, listening. The hum rose and fell ever so slightly, like whatever was making it was reacting to the pressure of my palm, to the way I was blocking or shaping the air. It felt like pressing your hand over someone's mouth and feeling their breath push against your skin. A gust of wind slid across the lot then, tossing a plastic bag against the fence, snapping me out of it. I stood up quickly, suddenly aware of how crouched and exposed I was, how far from the back door. My cigarette had burned down almost to the filter between my fingers. I stubbed it out on the cracked concrete, dropped it into the cup, and forced myself to walk back inside at a normal pace, not a run. Mark was restocking chips when I came in, a box cutter in his hand, his cap pushed up on his forehead. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, like the air outside had not just breathed on me. "What's that little metal door on the back wall?" by the dumpsters. He did not even look up at first. Huh? Oh, that. He sliced open a cardboard box, tossed the top aside. Service tunnel. Old utility stuff. I heard it goes under the whole truck stop. They sealed it off years ago. Service tunnel, I repeated, more to myself than to him. Yeah, he said, finally glancing at me. Why? I shrugged. It was making a weird noise. He smirked. Everything here makes a weird noise. Then he went back to stacking bags on the shelf. Maybe that should have been the end of it. Just another strange sound in a building full of them. Maybe if I had left it alone that night, none of the rest would have happened. But when the rush died down and Mark took his break in the cooler, I found myself slipping into the tiny office in the back, the one with the metal desk and the wall of monitors. There was a screen for each camera. The pumps, the counter, the aisles, the front lot, the back lot. I sat in the rolling chair and tapped the controls until the rear camera filled the display. Grainy black and white footage showed the fenced dumpster area, the back door, a slice of the wall with the little square of the hatch just barely visible near the bottom edge. The timestamp in the corner marched forward in green digits. I scrubbed backward until I saw myself come out the back door with my cigarette, shuffle toward the dumpsters, then drift over toward the hatch. I watched my own figure crouch down, hunch in close, hold still for longer than looked normal. Then I saw myself stand up quickly and move away, heading back inside. For a few seconds after I disappeared, the frame showed nothing but the empty concrete, the still dumpsters, the flat, silent wall. Then the camera did that little thing old cameras do when the lighting shifts. It hiccuped. The auto exposure chased a change in brightness, and the picture flickered, just for a frame, from one contrast level to another. In that one flicker, that single frame, the square of the hatch looked wrong. It was subtle, just a trick of shadow maybe, but the door seemed to be hanging a hair's breadth open at the bottom, like something had pushed it outward from the inside. Then, as the exposure settled, it was flush again, sealed tight. I sat there a long time, one hand on the mouse, staring at that tiny patch of gray, until my eyes stung. Outside, somewhere under 3 feet of concrete and God knows how many pipes, the hum kept going, steady and patient, like it had all the time in the world. 1.3, the first night I stood too close. Once I noticed the hum, I could not stop going back to it. For the next week or two, every shift had its own little pilgrimage built into it. I would wait until the store emptied out, until the pumps were quiet, and Mark was busy in the cooler or glued to his phone behind the counter. And then I would slip my jacket on, mumble something about taking 5, and push through the back door into the thin, cold air. Sometimes I lit a cigarette. Sometimes I just held one so it looked like I had a reason to be out there. Either way, my feet always drifted toward the same spot. The dumpsters loomed to my left, overflowing, black bags bulging and slick under the security lights. The concrete under them was permanently stained, dark patches spreading out like shadows that refused to move. Beyond the chain-link fence, the land dropped away into a shallow drainage ditch before rising up toward the interstate. I could taste the highway in the air, faintly metallic, almost oily, like breathing in pennies. Above me, the sky was usually low and dull, especially on those winter nights. Clouds sat heavy over the exit, reflecting the orange glow from the lot lights back down, turning everything into a kind of artificial twilight. Sometimes you could not see a single star, just a ceiling of dirty light. Every so often, a truck would exit the ramp and swing around the back of the station to line up with the diesel pumps. Its headlights would sweep across the fence and splash a sharp white glare over my hands, over the cinder block wall, over the little square of metal bolted near the ground. Then the engine noise would roll past and fade, leaving the hum of the building's machinery and the faint rush of the highway to fill the space again. And always, under all of that, there was the hum. I began to notice its patterns. It was not perfectly steady. Most nights it held more or less the same tone, this low, chest-deep vibration that sat right on the edge of hearing. But sometimes, when the rest of the world quieted down, when there were no trucks idling nearby, no wind rattling the fence, the hum would dip and rise, like a line on a monitor, like something adjusting itself in slow motion. If I stood a few feet away, I could pretend it was just some piece of equipment deep in the guts of the station. A pump, maybe. A fan. But the closer I got, the less it sounded like any machine I had ever been near. It sounded personal, like something you were not supposed to hear from the outside. One night, sometime around 3 a.m, the quiet outside felt thicker than usual. The highway sounded farther away, as if someone had put a wall up between the exit and the rest of the world. The lot was empty. The pumps blinked their digital prices into the darkness for no one. I stepped out back, the door's soft hydraulic hiss sounding too loud in the cold. My breath billowed out in front of me, then was whipped sideways by a lazy gust of wind. I could smell old garbage, cleaning chemicals leaking through the back wall, gasoline. My feet stopped where they always did, in front of the hatch. The metal square was just a darker shape against the wall, a dull rectangle with a rusted lock hanging from the hasp, like a dead weight. I could see my own breath drifting past it in little clouds. The air leaking from the thin seam at the bottom fogged in the opposite direction, warm against the cold. For a long moment, I just stood there, listening from a distance. The hum was there, deep and even. It vibrated faintly in the concrete under my boots. My fingers twitched at my sides. Then, without really deciding to, I crouched down, slowly this time. Not like the night before when curiosity had dragged me forward all at once. I lowered myself until I was close enough that the cold from the concrete soaked into my knees. I rested one hand flat on the ground to steady myself. The other braced lightly against the wall. My face was maybe a foot from the seam where the metal met stone. The hum filled my head now. It was louder than I remembered. Or maybe I was just letting myself really hear it. It had weight. It buzzed faintly behind my eyes. It was not a single, pure tone either. Underneath the main note was a kind of unevenness, a texture, rising and falling at a rhythm that was not mechanical. If you have ever listened to someone sleep in the next room with your ear against the wall, you know the difference between the sound of a fan and the sound of lungs. This was closer to lungs. As I focused on it, I realized there was a hitch in the pattern. Every so often, every 10-15 seconds, the hum would falter just slightly, like someone swallowing or catching on something. A tiny break, a stutter, and then it would smooth out again. I leaned in closer, not quite touching the metal with my ear, but close enough that I could feel the warmth radiating off of it onto my skin. The edge of the hatch was a dark line in my peripheral vision, just below me. My own breath was loud in my ears, so I held it. That was when the light went out. There was a motion sensor floodlight mounted above the back door, set to turn on whenever someone stepped outside. I had never seen it fail before. I had not even really thought about it being there until the moment it clicked off with a soft tick, plunging the concrete behind the station into a dimmer, thinner kind of darkness. The glow from the lot lights still painted everything in that washed-out orange, but without the cold white of the floodlight. The corners seemed deeper. The fence disappeared into shadow. The dumpsters became hunched shapes. The hatch looked less like a piece of equipment and more like an opening. The change in light made my stupid animal brain jolt. My heart gave a hard knock against my ribs. For a second, I almost forgot to breathe. And then, just as I was about to pull away, the hum stopped. Not faded. Stopped. 1 second it was there, filling my skull, vibrating through my palm on the concrete. The next, it was gone, cut off clean, like someone had flipped a switch. The silence that followed was worse than any sound. I had never heard this spot truly silent before. There was always something. The highway, the coolers, the hum. Now, for a beat, there was nothing but the soft rush of my own blood in my ears and the faint crackle of frost forming on my breath. In that dead patch of quiet, another sound slid in. It was faint, almost polite. A scrape like metal dragging slowly against concrete somewhere just beyond the hatch. Not a quick, sharp scrape. The long, deliberate kind, as if something very heavy was being shifted a few inches at a time. There was a tiny creak, a noise I would have sworn was the sound of something straining against bolts that had not moved in years. The concrete under my hand vibrated in a way that did not feel like any machine vibration I knew. It felt muscle-like, intentional. The scraping dragged for a second or two, then stopped. The creaking faded. The silence pressed down, thick as a blanket. Then the hum came back. It rose up from beneath the hatch in a single trembling breath, higher pitched than before. It wavered for a heartbeat, then settled into a new tone, just enough sharper to make the hairs on my arms stand up. The floodlight flickered back on overhead with a harsh white glare, stabbing my eyes. I flinched, blinking, heart pounding. I straightened up too fast, my knees protesting. As I did, my fingers brushed the bottom edge of the hatch without meaning to. Something smeared onto my skin. I jerked my hand back and looked down. There was a thin line of something dark along the underside of the metal, right where it met the concrete. It clung to the tip of my finger, grainy but a little greasy, like damp rust or old oil. It had not been there the first night. I was sure of that. For a second, I was afraid to smell it. Afraid it would tell me something I did not want to know. Instead, I wiped my fingers hard against my apron, leaving a faint brown streak on the cheap fabric. I told myself it was nothing. Condensation, corrosion, the hatch settling, the power grid hiccuping and taking the light with it for a second. Just one more weird, explainable thing in a place full of them. I walked back to the door, pushed it open, let the warm, artificial light inside swallow me. The door closed behind me with the same soft hiss it always made. If I had just let it stay nothing, you would not be listening to me right now. 2. 1. Breaking the rules. For a while, the hatch was my secret. It sat there, pressed into the back wall of the station like a scab, and I was the only one who treated it like anything more than decoration. Mark walked past it 100 times a week and never gave it a second look. Gary probably forgot it existed the day they handed him the keys to the place. I told myself that was a good thing. Whatever was humming down there, at least I was the only idiot who kept bending down to listen to it. At least if something went wrong, it would only chew on me. Then, one slow night, my self-control snapped. We were behind the counter together, the pumps showing zeros across the board, the coolers humming like a choir of tired bees. It was a Wednesday or a Thursday, one of those midweek nights where even the drunks stayed home. The only sounds were the radio muttering classic rock softly near the cigarette display and the occasional tap of Mark's fingers on his phone screen. I had been watching the clock creep toward midnight, trying not to think about the hatch, and failing. I kept hearing the hum in my head, layered over the music. At some point between one song and the next, I heard myself say, "You ever notice that little metal door on the back wall? The one by the dumpsters?" Mark didn't look up right away. "What, the electrical box?" "No," I said. "Down low, square, has a rusted lock on it." He frowned, still scrolling. "Service hatch thing?" "Yeah," he shrugged. "What about it?" I felt stupid immediately, but the words were already queued up in my mouth. "You ever hear it make a noise?" That got his attention. His eyes flicked up, curious. "Like what?" I hesitated. Saying it out loud made it feel flimsy. Like, I don't know, like a humming sound. Not electrical, just weird. He stared at me a second longer. Then his eyebrows went up in that way I'd seen before when a video idea hit him. "Wait," he said. "The hatch hums?" "Sometimes," I said. "I think it's like warm air comes out of it. And if you get close enough, you can hear." "Dude," he cut in, grinning now. "Do you know how many views people get for abandoned tunnel under gas station? Dude!" I tried to laugh it off. "It's not abandoned. It's probably just what?" he said, leaning forward on the counter. "Old utility tunnel, which is exactly the kind of thing people love. They told us to never open this door at work." Boom. Instant clickbait. "You realize we would be opening a thing that's probably locked for a reason," I said. He snorted. "Everything good is locked for a reason." That was the thing about Mark. He had a rule-bending instinct that kicked in anytime someone said off limits. He was the guy who would duck under the caution tape just to see what was behind it. He wasn't reckless exactly. He didn't want to die. He just didn't believe the world had as many teeth as people claimed it did. He slipped his phone into his hoodie pocket and tapped the counter with his knuckles. "I've got my crowbar in the trunk," he said. "Headlamp's in there too. And my fake GoPro. We could just, take a peek." "Gary's still here," I said. Mark jerked his chin toward the office. Gary had been in there earlier, counting something or yelling at the computer. The door was shut now. The light was off. "He left like half an hour ago," Mark said. "Said something about his kid's recital. We're on our own till morning. You know that." I did know that. The moment the manager's car pulled off the lot, the station always felt different, like a parent had left the room. I glanced at the clock. 1:47 a.m. Mark followed my eyes. "We got time before the truck shows up," he said. 5 minutes, tops. We don't go far. We just see what's behind the door. If it's boring, we come back up, and you can tell your ghost stories to somebody else." "I never said it was a ghost," I muttered. He grinned. "Yeah, but you scared of it like it is one." The thing is, he wasn't entirely wrong. I was scared, but I was also tired of being scared of not knowing. Whatever was humming under the asphalt had dug a little tick mark into the inside of my skull, and every time I tried to ignore it, it scratched. 5 minutes, I said, before I could talk myself out of it. "We don't go wandering off. We just look." Mark slapped the counter, victorious. "That's the spirit." He disappeared out the front door, his breath fogging on the glass for a second, before the heater swallowed the cold. A minute later, through the front windows, I saw him jogging across the lot toward his car, shoulders hunched against a fine, misty drizzle that had started without me noticing. The lot was mostly empty. One lonely sedan sat near pump 3. Its driver leaned back in the seat, eyes closed, mouth open, taking what was probably supposed to be a 10-minute nap and had turned into 40. The streetlights painted his windshield in streaks of orange. The drizzle made a faint, constant hiss as it hit the pavement. It darkened the oil stains, turned the trash in the far corner into little lumps of black. The highway noise was still there, but it sounded padded, like someone had wrapped the world in a blanket. When Mark came back in through the side door, he had his arms full. A crowbar with chipped blue paint, 2 flashlights, and a little black camera with a scratched plastic lens. He dropped the crowbar on the floor behind the counter with a solid clang. "You grab the other light," he said, tossing one to me. "My hero cam's fully charged. We're making art tonight." "I'm not putting my face in your video," I said automatically. "You won't have to," he said. "POV only. It'll just be your breathing." "That's somehow worse," I said, but I slipped the flashlight into my apron pocket anyway. We waited until the front was clear. No cars at the pumps, no silhouettes moving past the windows. Then slid through the back door and into the night. The drizzle had thickened. Tiny droplets hung in the air, catching the glow from the lot lights and turning everything hazy. The concrete darkened under our shoes as we walked, the sound of our footsteps slightly muted by the thin layer of water. Out here, the highway sounded wrong, quieter. The usual endless rush of tires was dimmed, reduced to a distant whisper. There were no sirens, no horns, no engine brakes, just the soft hiss of drizzle and the low hum of the building. The hum from the hatch felt louder than anything else. As we rounded the corner toward the dumpsters, I could feel it in my teeth. It seemed to press out from the wall in a way it never had before, like it knew we were coming and couldn't help leaning in to listen. "Okay," Mark said, shoulders already squaring up. "Show me your demon door." I pointed at the square of metal near the ground. There. Up close in the misty light, the hatch looked even older. Rust spread out from the edges of the hasp in starbursts. The lock itself was a cheap, generic padlock, the kind you could buy at any hardware store, its metal discolored and rough. Mark bent down, crowbar in hand, and smirked at it. "Yeah, they really didn't want anyone in here," he said. "This is like, please break me." "Just don't make a ton of noise," I said, glancing back toward the front. "If somebody pulls in, I don't want them wondering why the building is shaking." He planted the flat end of the crowbar between the lock and the hasp and gave it a tentative test push. The metal squealed softly as it shifted. "Seriously," I said. He shot me a look over his shoulder. "Relax. 5 minutes, remember?" Then he put his weight into it. The padlock held for a second, the metal groaning in protest. Then there was a sharp, ringing snap as the internal mechanism gave, loud enough to bounce around the concrete and up into the hollow space behind my ribs. The sound seemed too big for what had just happened. It echoed off the back wall, rang along the fence, then faded into the drizzle as if embarrassed. The lock dangled for a second before dropping to the ground with a dull clink. I swallowed. "That sounded like a rule breaking," I said. "All the best sounds do," Mark replied. He hooked the end of the crowbar under the edge of the hatch and pulled. For a heartbeat, the door refused. Then the seal broke with a sticky, reluctant creak, and the hatch swung outward on stiff hinges, yawning open. A wave of air rolled out from the dark space behind it and into our faces. It was warm, much warmer than the outside air, and damp like steam from a shower that had been shut off minutes ago. It carried a smell I recognized instantly from basements and boiler rooms and the backs of old movie theaters. Wet concrete, cold metal, dust that had been accumulating in stillness for years. There was something else under it too. A faint, stale note, almost sweet in a rotten way, like fabric that had been closed up in a sealed trunk for too long. I felt my skin tighten along my arms. The drizzle on my face suddenly felt like sweat. Mark clicked on his headlamp, the beam cutting into the darkness behind the hatch in a bright white cone. I flicked my own flashlight on, angling it over his shoulder. The light found stairs. They were metal, bolted into the wall just inside the opening, disappearing downward at a steep angle. The walls around them were rough concrete, veins of moisture running down in thin, shining lines. Little beads of water clung to the underside of each stair, trembling slightly in the disturbed air. The hum we had been hearing from outside was louder in here, no longer muffled by the hatch. It rolled up the stairwell in slow waves, resonating in the metal and concrete, coming not from any obvious machine, but from somewhere deeper below. And now, I realized, it had a pulse. It was not just a flat tone anymore. It rose and fell in a slow, steady rhythm, like a breath held, then released, then held again. Not perfectly regular. Sometimes the rise was longer, sometimes the fall, but close enough that my own lungs wanted to sync with it, which made me feel suddenly, irrationally angry. I stopped at the very edge of the opening, one hand on the wall, the other gripping my flashlight a little too tight. The stairwell dropped away beneath us, swallowing the beams of our lights after a dozen steps. Beyond that point, the darkness felt thicker, a presence rather than an absence. "You sure about this?" I asked. Mark laughed. It echoed down the stairs. "You think I'm not going down there after we already broke the lock?" he said. "Come on, man. 5 minutes. We look, we come back up. We never talk about it again unless we get famous." He put one foot on the first step, testing it. It held. The hum seemed to deepen in response, vibrating faintly through the metal. "What's the worst that could be down here?" he said, glancing back at me with a grin. He asked it like the worst thing down there would still be human. I knew better. But the hatch yawned open at my feet, breathing out its warm, stale air, and the idea of closing it again without knowing what was below felt suddenly unbearable. So I took a breath, stepped in after him, and started down. 2.2. The service tunnel. The first thing that hit me on the stairs was the sound. Up on the surface, the hum had been a layer under everything else, something I had to lean in to hear. Once we stepped through the hatch and put our weight on the first few metal steps, it moved closer, like it had been waiting just below. Each time my boot came down, the stair rang with a hollow clank that echoed down into the dark and back up into my legs. Mark's footsteps did the same, slightly out of sync with mine, so the sounds overlapped, ringing against the concrete walls in sharp, tinny beats. Over and under that clatter, the hum rolled up from below. It was not loud exactly, but it was thick, like the way a bass line in a song pushes against your chest even when the volume is low. I could feel it through the soles of my shoes, in the metal railing under my hand, in the spaces between my teeth. Our breathing sounded wrong in there. Too close. Too human. My own breath bounced back at me off the walls, so it felt like someone was walking just behind my shoulder, breathing along with me. The beam from my flashlight cut down the stairwell, catching droplets of condensation on the undersides of the steps, making them flash like little eyes before we passed them. The air grew heavier as we descended. The cool drizzle smell from outside faded, replaced by something older. Wet concrete, cold metal, and the faint sweetness of dust that has not moved in a long time. After a dozen steps, the hatch above us was just a slice of lighter darkness. After 24, it vanished completely, swallowed by the bend of the stairwell. "How far does this go?" I asked, my voice sounding smaller than I meant it to. Mark's headlamp bobbed in front of me as he shrugged. "Far enough we get a good story," he said. His voice came back to us in flattened echoes, stripped of tone. At the bottom, the stairs gave way to a flat landing, then a service corridor stretching off in both directions. It looked exactly like every maintenance hallway you have seen in bad movies and documentaries, except nobody had bothered to light it for the camera. Our flashlights picked out details in harsh, narrow stripes. The walls were raw concrete, stained in long vertical streaks, where water had seeped in and evaporated over and over. Overhead, pipes ran along the ceiling in bundled layers, big ones and small ones, some wrapped in decaying insulation that flaked when the air moved. Thick cables hung in sagging loops, bundled with old zip ties turned brittle and yellow. The floor was uneven, the concrete cracked here and there, patched in others. Thin puddles of water had gathered along the low side of the corridor, reflecting our beams back at us in trembling, distorted bands. A small plastic fastener rolled around under Mark's boot as he shifted, making a dry, insect-like sound. Down here, the hum felt like it was coming from under the floor more than from ahead. It vibrated through the concrete, a low, steady pressure that had nowhere to go. Every so often, there was a faint drip, but no visible stream of water, just sound finding its way into the spaces between everything else. "This is wild," Mark said quietly, turning his headlamp down the corridor to the left, then to the right. "I had no idea this was under us." "Yeah," I said. My voice came out thin. "Me either." We picked a direction and started walking, our footsteps changing from sharp clanks to a duller thud on the flat concrete. The sound bounced between the walls, overlapping with the hum until it was hard to tell where we ended and the place began. The ceiling was low enough that I felt like I could touch the pipes if I reached up. The corridor was just wide enough for two people to walk shoulder to shoulder, if they did not mind brushing against the rough walls and whatever lived on them. The farther we went, the less the outside world existed. No door chime, no highway, no radio. Just us. The occasional plink of water landing somewhere we could not see, and that slow vibration crawling up through the floor. A minute stretched longer than it should have down there. There were no windows, no clocks, nothing to measure distance by except the rhythm of our steps and the way the hum seemed to swell and shrink, like we were moving through the chest cavity of something enormous. Our flashlights began to flicker occasionally, not enough to go completely out, just enough to make each step lag for a heartbeat in darkness before the light caught up. Mark shook his once and laughed. "Should have checked the batteries," he said. "They're new," I answered without thinking. He glanced back. "What?" "I put fresh ones in at the register," I said, "before we came out." He made a non-committal noise and swung his beam forward again. "Could be cheap. Could be this place is haunted. We'll put it in the thumbnail either way." I tried to smile. It did not quite happen. After what felt like 20, maybe 30 yards, my flashlight picked up a break in the smooth line of the right-hand wall. At first, I thought it was just a depression where the concrete had chipped away. As we got closer, the shape clarified. It was an opening. Someone had cut into the wall at some point, whether with tools or during the original construction. I could not tell. The edges were rough, uneven, like teeth. Beyond the cut, a round tunnel receded into darkness, maybe 3 feet in diameter, lined with older, rougher concrete. It was the kind of tunnel you see in old city blueprints, the kind meant for cables or small pipes. Narrow enough that a person would have to go in on hands and knees, shoulders brushing both sides. My light slid along the inside of it, catching nothing but damp stone and shadows. The hum peaked here. It was like standing at the mouth of a speaker. The vibration that had been under our feet surged up through the walls, through the curved ceiling of the conduit. It made my ribs feel like they were rattling slightly, just enough to be uncomfortable. If I had not known better, I would have sworn there was a faint movement of air coming from it too. A slow, steady exhale, warm against the back of my hand when I reached out and paused just near the opening. Mark whistled softly. The sound bounced down the conduit and died. "Tell me that doesn't look like the start of something viral," he said. "It looks like the start of a bad idea," I said. He dropped to one knee by the opening, peering in with his headlamp angled forward. The light beam slid along the curve of the tunnel and vanished a few feet in, swallowed by the dark. "I could probably fit," he said, "if I go sideways." "Mark," I said. "We said 5 minutes. We're already over that." "Yeah, but we'd be like 3 minutes away from 1 million views," he said, grinning. "I just want to go in a little, just to where it turns. If it turns, then I back right out." He was already shifting his weight toward the opening, like his body had decided before his brain did. Everything in me tightened at once. "No," I said, sharper than I meant to. The word bounced off the walls, coming back at us smaller and flatter. "No crawling, not without someone up top, or, I don't know, ropes, something." "We're fine," he said. "It's just something deep inside the conduit clunked." It was a low, distant sound, more felt than heard at first, like a heavy object knocking against something solid far down the line. It echoed weirdly, not clean, smeared by the curve of the tunnel, so it sounded both close and far at the same time. Both of us froze. The hum dipped for a heartbeat, as if flinching around the intrusion, then swelled again. Mark's grin flickered. He leaned back slightly from the opening. Probably just pipes," he said, though there were no pipes visible in there. I did not answer. My mouth had gone dry. We stood there like that for a moment. The only movement, the jitter of our flashlight beams and the tiny trembling of the water in the floor puddles. The air felt thicker, as if whatever was making that sound had stirred up something stagnant. Then the overhead fluorescent fixtures we had barely noticed before. Long, grimy tubes set into metal housings every 10 feet along the corridor. Blinked. There was no fade, no gradual dimming. They simply went out for the space of a single heartbeat. 1 second there was our flashlight light plus theirs. The next, there was only the narrow cones from our hands and head, and even those seemed to falter like they were being swallowed. In that instant of deeper dark, the hum surged in my ears, filling the gap, and under it, not over, not replacing, but under, I heard something else. A breath. It was long and slow, drawn in through something that did not want to open all the way. Wet at the edges. It sounded like the first deep inhale after someone climbs a flight of stairs they are not strong enough for anymore. It came from the direction of the conduit, from inside the stone, from somewhere that had no right to be lung-like. Then the fluorescence flicked back on with a loud ping, buzzing harsher than before. Our flashlights steadied. The corridor snapped back into being. Pipes, cables, concrete, the cutout mouth of the tunnel gaping like a wound. Nothing had changed, physically, The puddles were still. The walls were bare. The tunnel was empty, just a curve of dark. Mark let out a breath he probably thought he had been holding quietly. He forced a laugh that did not quite make it to the far wall. "Jesus," he said. "Buildings got lungs, man." I tried to laugh with him, but the sound stuck halfway out, because what I had heard in that tiny slice of blackout was not a building. Buildings do not sound relieved when they breathe in. 2.3, the first footage. We did not talk much on the way back. After the lights blinked and that almost breath slid under the hum, something in both of us shifted. Mark made a show of being casual, but he did not kneel back down by the conduit. He did not say, "Just a little further," again. He just swung his headlamp beam down the curve of the tunnel one last time, like he was checking that it was still there, then turned away. "5 minutes," he said, his voice a little too bright. "We'll come back with, like, actual gear, rope, masks, holy water, whatever." "Yeah," I said. "Later." We walked back along the corridor, our footsteps sounding smaller now somehow. The hum under the floor did not fade as quickly as I expected. For a while it kept pace with us, pressing up through the concrete at the same intensity, like it was tracking us, not tied to any one point below. By the time we reached the base of the stairs, it had finally dulled a little, flattening out into a background throb. The air on the landing felt thicker than when we had first stepped onto it. Our flashlight beams looked weak against the walls, like they were moving through something denser than air. Climbing back up was worse than going down. Each step clanged under our boots, but the echoes seemed to lag, as if the sound was taking longer to bounce back. My legs felt heavier than they should have from such a short descent, like I had walked up a much longer flight in my sleep. Halfway up, I had to remind myself to breathe normally and not match my inhales to the rhythm still faintly rolling up from below. The rectangle of light from the open hatch appeared above us, a skewed frame of wet concrete, orange lot glow, and drizzle-fogged air. We emerged into it one by one, boots stepping back onto the world like divers surfacing. The moment my head cleared the opening, the outside noise rushed in. The soft hiss of rain on asphalt, the muted sigh of a passing car on the highway, the distant wail of a siren somewhere I could not see. The hum from the hatch dropped back down, like it had ducked its head. Mark climbed out and straightened up, stretching his back with a crack. He looked smaller out here than he had down below. "See?" he said, forcing a grin. "Easy. We'll come back when I can get my camera rig and one of those cool masks. People eat that stuff up." He said it like we had confirmed something mundane, a dusty breaker box, a boring maintenance room, not a breathing hole in the ground. I nodded, though my stomach was still tight. I stepped to the side to let him pull the hatch closed. The metal resisted for a second, then swung shut with a slow thud and a drag of rusted hinges. The sound of it clicking back into place made the hair on my arms stand up. The hum did not disappear when the door closed. It dulled, muted by the metal, but it did not go away. It was still there just on the other side, pressing faintly through the seal the way a voice presses through a wall when someone talks in the next apartment. "Lock?" I asked. Mark looked down at the broken padlock lying in a little puddle of rainwater. "Yeah, that's not going back on," he said. "We'll get another one from the office later, or we won't." My eyes went to the hasp on the hatch, then to the chain-link fence, then to the vast, empty lot. No one else was around. No cameras pointed right at us, at least not obviously. "We should put something in front of it," I said, "in case Gary comes out here for something." Mark shrugged. "We'll say it was like that," he said. Old lock, rust, not our fault. He turned back toward the door, crowbar resting on his shoulder like a prop. The drizzle had darkened his hoodie, plastering it to his back. His shoes left wet prints on the concrete. I lingered for half a second longer, staring at the hatch. The seam at the bottom looked like a closed mouth. No warm air hit my skin this time, but I could feel the idea of it. The memory layered over the present. Then I followed him in. Inside, the station snapped around us like a set. The door chime gave its too loud 3 notes. The fluorescents hummed overhead. The coolers buzzed and rattled in their familiar way. Somewhere near the back of the store, the ice machine chose that moment to dump a fresh load into its bin, clattering loudly, startling me more than it should have. We slid back behind the counter like nothing had happened. Mark leaned the crowbar against the shelves where we kept cleaning supplies, his headlamp hanging from it like a lantern. He flipped his little camera onto the counter and wiped condensation from the lens with the hem of his hoodie. "So," he said, "that was cool." "Sure," I said. He launched into a ramble about angles and thumbnails, about how we could frame the story. We opened a forbidden door at work and found this, that kind of thing. I nodded in the right places, wiped down the coffee station, refilled the napkins, made change for a bleary-eyed customer buying cigarettes and an energy drink. On the surface, the shift went back to normal. The pumps beeped, the door chimed, the world outside moved on. Underneath all of it, the hum stayed with me. I kept feeling it in little flashes, especially when things went quiet. It was like having a song stuck in your head, one you only remembered in fragments. I would be wiping the counter and suddenly taste the damp air from the tunnel. I would be pouring coffee and feel, for no reason, the weight of concrete above me. Sometime after 2, Mark went back into the walk-in cooler to rotate stock, leaving me alone at the registers. I watched him disappear through the swinging door, its plastic flaps slapping shut behind him. And for the first time since we came back up, the station felt like it did before we knew what was under it. Too bright, too loud, too empty. I looked over at the crowbar leaning by the mop bucket, at the little camera shoved next to the till, and then, as if the decision had already been made somewhere else in me hours ago, I stepped into the back office and closed the door. The office was barely big enough for the metal desk and the rickety chair. A filing cabinet hunched in one corner, its drawers labeled in peeling label maker tape. The only light came from a single fluorescent tube overhead and the glow of the monitor wall in front of me, 6 cameras tiled into one screen. The front counter, the aisles, the front lot, the diesel pumps, the side door, the back lot. I dropped into the chair, the cushion squeaking, and grabbed the cheap plastic mouse. The back lot camera occupied the top right quadrant, a grainy black and white view of the dumpsters, the fence, the rear door, and a sliver of the wall where the hatch sat just within frame. My hand felt oddly heavy on the mouse as I scrubbed back through the footage, dragging the timeline to about an hour earlier. The images on the screen jittered backward in time, cars moving in reverse, people folding themselves into seats, doors closing from the inside. I stopped when I saw the back door open and 2 figures step out. Tiny gray smudges in black hoodies, one slightly taller, one slightly hunched. We watched ourselves in silence. The version of me on the screen walked toward the dumpsters, then veered toward the wall. Mark followed, crowbar in hand. There was no audio in here, just the silent choreography of our movements. I watched miniature Mark wedge the crowbar against the hatch. The tiny padlock popped off, bounced once, and rolled a little before coming to rest beside the wall, a frozen speck. I watched the hatch door swing open, a darker rectangle within the gray. The camera was too high to see the stairs, too far to catch any detail inside. All it showed was the change in shape, the new shadow. I watched us disappear through it. After that, for a few minutes, nothing moved on the screen. The hatch stood open, mouth gaping. The drizzle ghosted across the image as static noise. Occasionally, a droplet hit the camera housing and streaked down, turning the picture into a warped smear before sliding out of frame. Then the thing I had come to look for, though I had not admitted it to myself yet, happened. The hatch door shifted, just a little, just enough. If I had not been staring right at it, I would have missed it. The bottom edge of the metal plate seemed to jump downward half an inch, then tap back up, like something had pushed against it from inside and then released. It was not the wind. The movement was too sharp and too contained. The dumpsters did not move. The fence did not move. Only that little square of metal nudged outward and then let go. I leaned closer to the monitor, my breath fogging slightly on the glass. I rewound a few seconds, hit play again. Same thing. The door twitch, down and back, the rest of the world blankly indifferent around it. There was a tiny icon in the corner of the screen that I had never paid much attention to before. A little audio indicator for the cheap built-in mic near the back door. Most of the time, it just showed a flat line with occasional bumps when wind hit it or a loud truck passed by. Now, as the hatch twitched, that line jumped. A spike. My fingers hovered over the tiny volume knob on the side of the monitor. I turned it up slowly until the hiss of the ambient noise in the back lot filled the little office. Wind fuzz, the occasional scrape of something light against the fence. A faint, distant car. I rolled back to a few seconds before we vanished into the hatch and pressed play. The door chime from inside the station was a muffled, barely there pattern under the hiss. The back door opening was a small, soft boom. Then there was a stretch of almost nothing. Just wind. Just the kind of low noise that makes you forget you are listening. The hatch jumped on screen. In the same instant, the speakers emitted a sound that did not belong there. It was a rumble, low and full, that did not sound like wind or distant traffic. It matched the hum I had heard under my feet downstairs. The same thick, chest-vibrating tone, but filtered, thinned by distance and cheap equipment. Under it, tangled in the lower frequencies, there was something else. A broken shape of sound, a kind of strangled syllable that never fully formed. It was not a word, not in English, but it had the cadence of speech. The way a voice catches when someone tries to talk and their throat will not cooperate. It made the tiny speaker on the monitor crackle in protest. The audio bar on the screen hit red for a fraction of a second, then dropped. There was a sharp pop of static, like someone had unplugged a microphone mid-sentence. The picture on the screen froze for a blink, the timestamp in the corner reading 2:13:07. Then, without any transition, it jumped to 2:13:11. 4 seconds gone. The hatch, in the new frame, sat perfectly still, closed a fraction more than it had been, as if settling. I sat there, alone in the little office with its buzzing light and stale coffee smell, replaying those 5 seconds over and over. Every time, the same thing. The twitch of the hatch, the swell of the hum, that almost voice strangling itself in the wires, the static pop, the missing time. I told myself it was a glitch. Cheap cameras, bad wiring, moisture, any number of things. But the more I watched it, the less it felt like the equipment was failing, and the more it felt like something was pushing through it, using the only openings it had. That was the first time I thought maybe the sound was not just trapped under the ground. Maybe it was learning how to reach up. 3.1 Daisy's Shift. By the time Daisy got involved, a few weeks had gone by and I had almost convinced myself that we had overreacted. Almost. The hatch stayed closed. Nobody from the city showed up asking why the lock was broken. Nothing crawled out of the stairs and into the store. Life at Exit 39 slid back into its normal grooves. Busy weekends, dead weeknights, coffee stains that never really came out of the counter. Gary worrying more about missing packs of cigarettes than anything humming under his feet. I did my best to fold the whole tunnel thing into the "we were bored and creepy" file in my head. Whenever the memory tried to claw its way back out, the feeling of the rope in my hands, the breath-like sound in the dark, I would drown it under the noise of the present. The noise helped. On a typical night, the station soundscape was so crowded, there was not much room for anything else. Pumps beeping in different tones, credit card readers chirping, the radio behind the counter playing classic rock low enough that nobody could complain to corporate, the coolers shuddering through their cycles, the ice machine dumping loud chunks into its bin, customers talking on their phones as they wandered the aisles. On those nights, the hum was more of a ghost in my memory than in my ears. Then Daisy came in and reminded me that some things can slip back to the surface even when you think you have buried them. It was a Friday night, late enough in the winter that the lot was wet with the remnants of an earlier snow, slushy piles pushed up against the curb. Gary had left at his usual time, tossing us a half-hearted "don't let anyone rob us" over his shoulder. The sky outside was clear for once, a deep, cold black with stars barely managing to fight through the light pollution. Mark came in 10 minutes after his shift started, one hand on the glass door, the other wrapped around a leash. At the end of the leash was Daisy. She was a medium-sized pit mix with a chest like a barrel and a head that looked too big for her body. Brown fur with a white patch on her chest. Ears that tried to stand up but never quite made it. Eyes the color of weak tea. Her whole back half wagged when she saw me, tail whipping side to side so hard it made her hips sway. "Hey girl," I said, as she hauled Mark the last few feet to the counter. "You bringing unauthorized personnel on shift now?" "Emergency babysitting," Mark said, unbothered. "Jess is out of town and my roommate's a slob. She'd eat his socks and die. I cleared it with Gary earlier. She can hang as long as she stays behind the counter." I doubted Gary had fully grasped what hang meant, but Daisy had been in the store before when Mark's girlfriend stopped by. Everyone loved her. She had the kind of face that made people talk to her like she understood complete sentences. Daisy shoved her nose between the counter and the candy rack, sniffing with full-body commitment. I reached over and scratched behind her ears. Her eyes half closed, and she leaned into it like she had been waiting all day for that exact touch. "All right," I said. "She works for tips and belly rubs only, though." "Done," Mark grinned. He clipped her leash around a metal shelf bracket so she had enough room to move but not enough to bolt into the aisles. Daisy circled twice on the rubber mat and flopped down, letting out a dramatic sigh that made both of us laugh. The night rolled on in its usual uneven way. A cluster of drunk college kids came in around midnight, pink-faced and loud, buying tall boys and arguing about whether they needed more beer for the Uber. A cop stopped by around 1, his cruiser idling out front, radio cackling faintly while he poured himself a generous cup of coffee, nodding at Daisy when she sniffed his boots. A couple had a muted argument by Pump 3, visible through the front windows in their car's harsh dome light. Hands moving sharply, heads turned away from each other. They came inside separately, paying for gas with tight smiles. Inside, the pumps beeped their repetitive little songs. The fridge compressors came on and off in overlapping cycles, a mechanical tide. The radio played an old Aerosmith song so quietly it might as well have been in the next room. Daisy occasionally huffed at some invisible smell and rolled over to show her stomach to the world. For a few hours, it almost felt like any other shift I had ever worked. The hatch stayed in the back of my mind, not the front. Every time a quiet moment threatened to open up and let the memory creep out, another customer would push through the door and set the chime off again. Around 2 a.m, the lull finally arrived. The couple at Pump 3 had left, their taillights shrinking down the access road. The cop was gone, his cruiser's red taillights flickering out onto the highway. The drunk kids had stumbled away laughing, their car fishtailing slightly as it exited the lot. The radio had segued into some late-night DJ who sounded half asleep. The pumps all showed 0. The parking lot was empty except for one lone semi parked along the far edge, engine off, its sleeper cabin dark. The world beyond the glass felt distant, muffled by the cold. Mark leaned on the counter, drumming his fingers. Daisy snored softly at his feet, one paw twitching. "This would be a great time to clean the coffee station," I said. "This would be a great time to get a second opinion," he said, not moving. "On what?" He looked at me in a way that said he knew I knew. "The tunnel." I felt my throat tighten. "We agreed we were waiting on gear." "We have gear," he said. "Flashlights, crowbar, my camera, and now..." He looked down at Daisy, who was oblivious. I followed his gaze. "You brought her to work," I said slowly. "So we could..." "What? Use her as a canary?" He held his hands up defensively. "Not in a bad way. I'm just saying, animals notice stuff we don't, right? If it's just old pipes and ventilation, she'll be fine. If it's something else, she'll let us know, and we stay the hell away. Data gathering, no harm." I stared at him. "You want to take your girlfriend's dog into the creepy service tunnel under our job?" "Not into," he said. "Just down to the corridor, near the opening. We don't shove her in there. We just see how she reacts. If she's chill, we stop freaking ourselves out. If she gets weird, we never go back. That simple." It was a terrible idea. I knew that. Somewhere in the rational part of my brain, a red light started flashing. But another part of me, the part that had been replaying that audio spike from the security camera over and over, wanted exactly what he was offering. Proof. If Daisy walked down there, sniffed the conduit, wagged her tail, and yawned, then I could fold all of this up and put it away. I could tell myself I had invented the rest, that I was tired, that this was nothing. "If she freaks out," I said, "we go right back up. No arguing. No, just 1 minute. We're done." "Scout's honor," Mark said, drawing an invisible cross over his chest. 5 minutes, in and out." I sighed. "You say that a lot," he grinned. "And I'm still alive, aren't I?" The door chime jangled one last time as a guy in a hoodie darted in to buy cigarettes and left without a word. When the glass swung shut and the parking lot was empty again, we moved. Mark unclipped Daisy's leash from the shelf bracket. She jumped up, stretching, shaking her head so hard her ears flapped. Her tags jingled, bright and cheerful. "Come on, girl," he said, scratching her neck. "Field trip." I grabbed the flashlights from under the counter and the same crowbar we had used before. The little camera went into Mark's hoodie pocket. He did not bother turning it on yet. Maybe part of him was not ready to film whatever this was. We slipped through the back door, Daisy trotting between us, her nails clicking on the tile and then on the concrete outside. The night had shifted while we were under the fluorescence. The earlier clear sky had given way to a thin mist again, moisture hanging in the air like breath that would not quite dissipate. The lot lights cut through it in soft cones, making the world beyond their reach look even darker. Our flashlight beams cut through the haze, narrow white blades pointing toward the dumpsters and the hatch beyond. Daisy's ears perked. She sniffed the air, tail wagging, clearly having the time of her life just being somewhere different. The hum from the hatch was waiting for us. It pressed out through the metal in a low, steady throb, the same way it always did. But knowing what was below it now made it feel different. Less like a building noise, more like a presence. Daisy did not seem to notice. She nosed at a discarded wrapper by the fence, snorted, sneezed. Mark crouched by the hatch, looping the leash once more around his wrist, just in case. Daisy leaned against his leg, solid and warm. "You ready?" he asked me. "No," I said. "Do it anyway." He wedged the crowbar under the edge of the hatch and pulled. The metal groaned open with the same reluctant creak, hinges complaining. A wave of warm, damp air rolled out again, thicker this time, wrapping around my ankles like something alive. Daisy froze. Her whole body went still, muscles bunching under her fur. Her ears, which had been perked and alert, flattened slightly. Her nose lifted, nostrils flaring as she took a long, deliberate breath of the air spilling from the dark opening. Her tail stopped wagging. Mark stepped onto the top of the stairs, tugging gently on the leash. "Come on, girl," he said. "Just stairs. You love stairs." After a fraction of a second that felt much longer, she followed him reluctantly, nails tapping on the metal steps. I brought up the rear, flashlight beam bouncing off the walls, trying not to think about how this looked. Two idiots and a dog walking down into a place that had already warned us it did not want company. The hum grew louder as we descended. Daisy's nails clicked faster, then slower, as she adjusted to the odd vibration in the steps. Her breathing, which had been quick and excited up top, turned quieter, more measured. At the bottom, the corridor greeted us the same way it had before. Pipes overhead, cables sagging, puddles reflecting our lights. The air was warmer down there, the smell of wet concrete stronger. The hum rolled under our feet in steady waves. Daisy stepped off the last stair and onto the concrete, nose going immediately to the floor. She sniffed at a rust stain, then at a dark smudge near the wall, tail giving a tentative wag. For a moment, she seemed fine, more than fine, curious, engaged, the way dogs get in new environments. "See?" Mark said quietly. No ghost meter going off. We started walking down the corridor toward the conduit, Daisy trotting between us on the slack leash. Her tags jingled in time with her steps. She sniffed the base of the wall, the edges of the puddles, the air where the hum was strongest. Her tail was up, relaxed. Then we got close enough for the conduit opening to come into view. The round mouth of it yawned out of the wall ahead, a black circle in our flashlight beams. The hum ramped up a notch, pressing harder against our chests. Daisy stopped like she had hit an invisible wall, her front paws planted. Her body went stiff from nose to tail. The hair along her spine rose in a visible line, a sudden ridge of bristling fur. Her tail dropped straight down, then tucked halfway under her body. She stared at the conduit. Not at us, not at the floor, not at some random smell. Her gaze locked on that dark, circular opening and did not move. The leash went taut in Mark's hand, as she leaned back a fraction, every muscle screaming ready. "Hey," Mark murmured, brow furrowing. "It's okay, girl. Come on." He took a step forward, giving the leash a gentle tug, like he always did when she got distracted by another dog on a walk. Daisy did not step forward. She growled. It was not the playful rumble she gave when someone tugged on her toy. This one started low in her chest, a vibration I felt in the soles of my shoes as much as I heard it. It rolled up through her throat and out between clenched teeth, her lips barely moving, eyes still locked on the tunnel. The hum under our feet seemed to answer, not by changing pitch, but by feeling somehow more focused, like it was leaning toward her. "Okay," I said, my voice coming out tighter than I meant. "She's not chill. Experiment over." Mark hesitated, caught between curiosity and common sense. Maybe she just smells something, rat or... Daisy took a step backward, then another. She did it slowly at first, keeping her eyes on the conduit, legs stiff, body low. The leash slipped against Mark's fingers as she put her weight into it, pulling not wildly but insistently, like every instinct in her was saying somewhere else, anywhere else. "Daisy," Mark said, a little sharper. "It's okay." He stepped toward the opening again, putting a bit more pressure on the leash. For a second, she froze. Then she pulled. All at once, her body exploded into backward motion. Claws scraped against the concrete, back legs digging for purchase. Her collar stretched tight around her neck. The sound of her nails on the floor echoed down the corridor, a staccato scraping that made my shoulders tense. "Whoa! Hey! Hey!" Mark said, stumbling a half step as she nearly yanked his arm out of its socket. She was not barking. She was not looking around wildly. She was doing one thing with a kind of terrifying clarity, trying to get away from that dark hole in the wall as fast as she could. She backed up so hard, her collar rode up toward her ears. For a heartbeat, I thought it was going to slip right over her head and let her bolt free. Mark grabbed at it with his other hand just in time, fingers digging into the nylon. "Okay," he muttered. "Okay. We're going. We're going." He turned his body sideways, letting her momentum pull them both away from the conduit, down the corridor toward the stairs. Daisy did not stop pulling until her back paw hit the first metal step. Even then, she kept looking over her shoulder at the tunnel, growl rumbling in little aftershocks. The hum did not change much as we retreated, but I felt it differently. Before, it had just been something to endure. Now it felt like a stare. I took one last look back at the round opening, at the darkness inside it just beyond the reach of our lights. Daisy's reaction had done what Mark's jokes and my doubts had not. It cleared the fog of rationalizations from my head. Whatever was down there, Daisy knew one thing about it that we had been trying not to admit. We did not belong near it. 3.2. When the hum gets quiet. Later, when I try to explain what happened next, it sounds like I am making too much out of a noise. But if you have ever been someplace where all the wrong things go quiet at once, you know it is not the volume that matters. It is what drops out of the world. Down in that corridor, with Daisy locked in a silent staring match with the conduit, the hum shifted first. When we had walked toward the opening, it had been swelling. Thicker, fuller, pressing up through the concrete and into our legs. The closer we got, the more it felt like standing on top of a speaker turned low. The vibration more important than the actual sound. Now, as Daisy's hackles stood up and her tail sank, the hum thinned. Not all at once, not like a switch. It was more like someone sliding their fingers slowly along a volume knob. The pressure under my boots eased. The tone lost some of its body. It dropped out of my chest and back into my ears. For a few seconds, it hovered there, lower, like it was holding its breath along with us. The corridor grew sharper in the absence of that thicker vibration. Small sounds snapped into focus. Daisy's breathing, quick and shallow. The little wet click of her tongue as she swallowed. A faint, irregular tick from somewhere overhead, like a very real pipe expanding and cooling, trying to mind its own business while we didn't. "Okay," Mark said softly, more to Daisy than to me. "We'll go in a second. Relax." He loosened his grip on the leash by maybe half an inch, more a reflex than a real decision. The thick nylon went from stretched violin string tight to merely taut. Daisy did not relax. Her growl tapered off into a trembling whine, eyes never leaving the tunnel. Her front paws slid backward another fraction of an inch. You could see the conflict in the set of her shoulders, some part of her training saying stay, some deeper, older part saying run. "Let's just see," Mark muttered. And for one stupid second, he did exactly what he had promised me he would not. He took a step forward. He did not pull Daisy that time. If anything, she planted harder against the leash, nails scrabbling. But his body moved toward the conduit by a foot, closing the distance between him and the dark circle in the wall. The hum responded. It cut out. Not faded, not dipped. Cut. One moment it was there, a soft undercurrent under everything. The next, the floor stopped vibrating and the air stopped buzzing, and the tunnel fell into a depth of quiet I had not known existed. Everything went wrong at once inside that silence. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, loud and uneven. The tiny rasp of my breath coming in through my nose. The distant pipe tick became huge, like someone tapping metal with a spoon in another room. Daisy's leash creaked faintly as the nylon shifted against Mark's grip. And from inside the conduit came a sound that did not belong in any maintenance tunnel. It started as a faint, distant scrape, like something heavy dragging against rough stone far down a curve. It was not a single clean slide. It was broken, uneven, with pauses between the motion, like whatever was moving had to brace and pull, brace and pull. Under the scraping was a repeating bump, a muffled rhythmic knock that came in pairs, drag, bump, as if a weight was being hauled along concrete and catching on something every few inches. The sound did not echo the way it should have in such a tight space. It came warped, thick, chewing on its own reverberations. It sounded less like something traveling toward us and more like something turning itself around. Daisy lost whatever fragile hold she had on staying put. The whine in her throat jumped into something high and panicked. She spun slightly, still facing the tunnel, and then cratered into pure flight. Her muscles bunched. Her back legs dug into the floor. The leash snapped fully taut as she lunged backward toward the stairs, claws skittering on the concrete, leaving tiny streaks where they caught. "Daisy!" Mark shouted, stumbling as her full weight yanked his arm. She was strong enough that for a heartbeat I pictured both of them going down, him forward, her back, the leash the only thing between them and the fall. Instead, he let his body go with hers, turning sideways, using his momentum to pivot them both away from the conduit. The scraping sound from the tunnel stopped. Not at the same instant they moved, but so close it felt connected. One moment it was there, distant and heavy. The next, it halted mid-drag, as if whatever was making it had frozen at the sight of Daisy spinning away. The burned-in certainty that something was watching us from the dark was so strong it felt physical. like the air in front of the conduit had thickened. "Go," I said, voice gone thin. "We're done. Go." Nobody argued with me this time. The air around the tunnel felt warmer than the rest of the corridor now, just in that few-foot radius. Not by much, just enough that stepping back from it felt like walking out of someone's body heat. And that was exactly how it felt. Like standing too close to a stranger in a small elevator. There is a particular quality to human warmth in stale air, a sense of exhale you pick up on even if you cannot smell anything specific. The patch of corridor in front of the conduit had that quality, as if someone unseen was standing just out of the beam of our lights, breathing quietly. The hum did not come back right away. The silence held as Daisy dragged Mark down the corridor, each now uneven step loud, leash cutting a line between them. My flashlight shook slightly in my hand, making the shadows judder along the walls. I felt phantom versions of the hum still vibrating in my bones. My heart was pounding hard enough that each beat felt like a separate sound layered into the quiet, punching up into my throat. We reached the base of the stairs, and the hum finally seeped back in. It was weaker than before, flattened, as if whatever made it had turned its attention deeper again. It rolled under the concrete in lazy waves, no longer matched to our presence. The scraping did not resume. Daisy did not slow down. She hit the first step so fast she almost skipped it, claws clanging on the metal. Mark had to jog to keep up with her. She pulled him upward like a rope being reeled in from above. I followed, half watching her, half waiting for something to slide out of the darkness behind us and grab my ankle. By the time we reached the hatch and stepped back into the cool, mist-laced air behind the station, my shirt was sticking to my back. My lungs hurt. Daisy bolted the last few feet onto the open concrete, then immediately turned around and faced the hatch, leash tight, body low, a low growl vibrating through her chest. Mark slammed the hatch door shut so hard the hinges squealed. He did not bother trying to be careful this time. The metal clanged against the frame and settled with a dull, final thud. The hum on the other side muffled, then dropped into the background again, as it always did under the metal. But knowing how it had twisted and thinned down there, how it had gone completely quiet as soon as Mark stepped forward alone, made it hard to pretend it was just some old pump. "Okay," he panted, rubbing Daisy's neck as she trembled. "Okay, that was..." She did not like that. "No," I said. My voice felt like it belonged to someone else. She did not. We did not go back in that night. Not to the hatch, not to the corridor, not to the tunnel. We let Daisy drag us metaphorically the rest of the way through the shift, keeping to the bright, humming part of the world. We returned to our places behind the counter. Mark clipped her leash back to the shelf bracket. She lay down with her back pressed against the cooler, as far from the back door as the leash would allow, eyes half open, watching. Customers came and went. Pumps beeped. The radio played. We did not mention what had happened. The silence between us had a shape now, and neither of us wanted to trace its edges. At some point, during one of the slow stretches when nobody was inside and the lot was empty, I remembered something I had done without thinking at the top of the stairs. Before we had gone down, I had taken my phone out of my pocket, opened the voice memo app, and hit record. It was a reflex born from watching too many investigation videos, hearing too many people say, "I wish I'd been recording." I had slipped the phone back into my apron, mic pointed outward, and forgotten about it when Daisy froze. After the sun came up and my shift finally ended, I went home to my apartment. showered until my skin felt raw, and sat back down at the same wobbly kitchen table where I am sitting now. The city noises outside were normal again. Cars, distant sirens, someone's bass thumping through a wall. The hum in my vents was just the HVAC system doing its job. The hum in my head was not. I opened my phone, found the file, and put in earbuds. The recording was mostly a mess of familiar sounds. Our footsteps on the stairs, Daisy's nails tapping, the soft jostle of fabric as I moved. The hum was there too, faint, barely captured, more a suggestion than a proper tone. It came and went as we descended, thickening as we neared the conduit. Then there was the stretch where Daisy froze, where the hum dipped and the soundscape opened up. I heard her low growl, thinner through the cheap mic, but still recognizable as not play. I heard Mark's voice. "Come on, girl. It's okay." I heard the hum flatten, then cut out. Then, layered under the dragging scrape and the rhythmic bump from the tunnel, there was something else. It was small. You could almost miss it under the movement, like a whisper caught on a moving train. Two tiny shapes of sound, close together, carried on what could have just been a shift in air. Two syllables. They were not in English. They were not in any language my brain could immediately slot into a category. They were breathy, ragged, as if pushed out through something too narrow. But they had the rise and fall of speech, the cadence of a word spoken softly into someone's ear. Every time I replayed it, those two sounds seemed to change meaning. Sometimes they were nothing but noise. Sometimes they curved into almost words, hinting at names I did not want to hear. I sat there at 12:23 a.m., listening to that fragment over and over, until my own pulse and the ghost of the hum and the scrape and those not-quite syllables all blurred into one long sound. Eventually, I had to stop. Not because I had decided it was fake or real, but because I could no longer tell which one scared me more. 3.3. The hatch moves. For the rest of Daisy's shift, we pretended we were done thinking about the tunnel. We did the things we were paid to do. Mark stocked the cooler. I wiped the coffee station until the smell of burnt grounds and industrial cleaner burned my nose. A guy in a reflective vest bought 3 energy drinks and a bag of beef jerky. A woman in scrubs grabbed gas, a Diet Coke, and stared through me like she had run out of emotions 3 hours before. Daisy stayed behind the counter like a good employee, but she did not go back to sleep right away. She lay curled with her back flat against the cold front of the soda cooler, watching the hallway that led to the back door. Every time someone pushed through it, even just to take the trash out, her head snapped up, ears pricked, body tense until the door swung shut again. Eventually, exhaustion won. Around 4, the lull hit hard. No cars in the lot, no headlights sliding across the glass, the radio reduced to a whisper, the pumps all displaying their green zeros like nothing in the world needed anything from us. Mark scrolled mindlessly on his phone, eyelids heavy. Daisy finally gave in and stretched out fully, her body going loose, paws sagging. Within minutes, she was twitching in her sleep, little barks caught at the back of her throat, legs kicking at some invisible dream. I told myself she was chasing rabbits or tennis balls, not running up some endless metal staircase in the dark. After a while, that itch started under my skin again, the one that tugged me toward the back whenever the store got too quiet. Curiosity is a nicer word for it than what it really was. A compulsion, like scratching at a scab you know you should leave alone. "I'm taking a smoke," I said. Mark made a non-committal sound without looking up. Daisy twitched, then settled. The back door clicked behind me, and the world narrowed to concrete and night. The drizzle had eased off, leaving the lot slick, reflecting the orange glow from the lights in shallow, distorted puddles. The air was cold enough to bite through my jacket, but not brutally so. One of those nights where the chill feels more like a warning than an attack. I lit a cigarette with cupped hands, the flame briefly painting the wall in warmer tones. Smoke curled up and mixed with my breath, both fading into the dark above the dumpsters. For a moment, I just stood there, listening to the usual things, the distant smear of highway noise, thinner at that hour, a truck engine turning over somewhere far down the ramp, the faint rattle of the chain-link fence as a breeze nudged it, the soft drip of condensation falling from the dumpster lids onto the concrete. And under it, as always now that I knew how to hear it, the hum. Even with the hatch closed, it was unmistakable. It pressed through the metal, through the wall, through the soles of my shoes. Tonight, it felt stronger than it had on previous nights, pushed closer to the surface like someone speaking just on the other side of a door. The pitch was off too, slightly higher than the steady tone I remembered from before we ever opened the hatch. It had a tighter edge to it, a subtle strain, as if whoever or whatever was holding the note had been at it for a long time. I took a drag off the cigarette, then exhaled slowly, watching the smoke drift toward the wall. It broke and curled as it crossed the invisible line where warm air leaked from under the hatch. Even when it was closed, that little seam at the bottom let out a thin exhale of heat. I found myself stepping closer without deciding to. My boots left faint, wet prints on the concrete, darker patches that would evaporate in minutes and leave no trace. That was when I saw the mark on the wall. At first, it registered as just another stain. The concrete behind a gas station is a patchwork of them. Oil splatters, rust streaks, cleaning chemicals splashed and left to dry. But something about the shape snagged my attention, and once I really looked, I could not pretend I had not. It was a smear of something pale and chalky, about the size of a human hand. Not a perfect print, no clean outline of fingers, no convenient palm shape from a true crime doc, but a dragged impression, as if something with 5 uneven points had made contact with the wall and been pulled sideways. The bottom of the smear started just to the right of the hatch, a few inches above the seam where it met the concrete. From there, it slanted up and away, a faint streak that thinned as it went, like someone had gripped the rough surface and slipped. It had not been there the night before. I was sure of that. I would have noticed. After the tunnel and Daisy's reaction, I had been cataloging every chip and crack like they were lines on my own hand. I crouched down, cigarette burning between my fingers, and leaned closer. The substance looked dry, powdery, clinging to the tiny pits in the concrete. It reminded me of drywall dust, or the residue left on your skin after you slide your hand along an old basement wall. Kids did not hang out behind the station in this weather. Nobody sat back here smoking and drawing shapes at 3 in the morning. Mark did not own chalk. Gary wouldn't come back here unless someone threatened his register with a baseball bat. I reached out, then pulled my hand back before I touched it. There was a limit to how many ghost fingerprints I was willing to get on myself in 1 week. The hum pushed at my ears, slightly louder now that I was closer. I could feel the warmth from the hatch seam on my shins. I took one last look at the pale streak on the wall, memorizing its curve, then forced myself to stand up, stamp out my cigarette, and go back inside. The office felt even smaller that night. The glow from the monitors painted everything in washed-out colors, blues and grays and sickly greens. The overhead fluorescent buzzed, The chair creaked under my weight as I sat down and grabbed the mouse. Back lot, top right quadrant. I rolled the footage back to maybe an hour earlier. There we were, tiny grayscale versions of ourselves, coming out the door with Daisy trotting between us. The hatch opening, the three of us disappearing down into the dark, the hatch closing when we came back, Daisy pulling. Her body language a textbook illustration of nope. I fast-forwarded through the next chunk of time. My little on-screen avatar went in and out a few more times with trash bags. A car's headlights swept briefly across the frame as someone cut behind the station to get to the side road. Nothing touched the hatch. Nothing passed close enough to the wall to smear anything on it. Around 3:02 a.m., the image glitched. It was easy to miss if you were not looking for it. The picture froze for half a second, lines of static crawling up from the bottom like something was dragging its fingers through the signal. The timestamp in the corner jittered, the last digit flickering between 2 and 3 in a way it was never supposed to. For one frame, the hatch door did not look right. It had been shut in the previous frame, the line of its bottom edge parallel to the concrete. In the glitch frame, it hung just a fraction lower. Not wide open, no gaping hole, no cartoonish horror, but enough that a thin strip of darkness showed along the bottom, a slightly thicker seam of black between metal and ground. In the next frame, it was back to normal. Flush. Closed. The mark on the wall was not visible from the camera's angle, or maybe it had not appeared yet. I rolled back, stepped through the frames one at a time with the keyboard. Closed. Twitch open. Closed. My stomach did a slow, unpleasant turn. I flicked on the audio for that camera, turning the volume knob up until the room filled with the thin hiss of the mic. Mostly it was useless. Wind distortion, the faint shush of traffic, the occasional too loud crinkle when a plastic bag got too close. I hit play from a few seconds before the glitch. Wind. A faint rattle from the fence. Nothing else. The image jittered. The hatch drooped that fraction of an inch on the screen. The audio meter on the monitor jumped, not as high as it had on the night I had gone down there with Mark, but enough to spike above the usual noise. Through the speakers came a rustle, a kind of close fabric on metal sound, like something brushing against the hatch from the other side. Then there was a long exhale. It was so soft that if I had been playing the recording lower, I would not have noticed. But at that volume, with my face too close to the monitor and my breath held without realizing, I caught it. A drawn-out, breathy push of air right onto the mic, the way it sounds when someone speaks too close to their phone. No hum, no low vibration, no familiar tone. Just that unbroken exhalation, blowing out the space where the hum should have been, as if the thing that made it had pressed itself right up under the metal and given the microphone its full attention. The hatch snapped visually shut again. The timestamp steadied. The audio hiss returned to normal. Turned to. I sat back slowly, the squeak of the chair sounding too loud. Up until then, it had always been easy to pretend that the hum belonged to something simple and stupid. Old fans, water pumps, the ghost of bad construction choices made decades ago. Even the scrape and the almost syllables in the tunnel could be pushed sideways in my head, into some category of weird but maybe explainable. Watching the hatch move by itself on the screen, hearing that intimate little breath pressed against cheap metal and cheaper microphone, made it harder to keep lying to myself. I started paying attention, really paying attention, after that. I noticed that on nights when we hovered near the back door, talking about the tunnel or making nervous jokes, the hum tended to drop, like a conversation that dies when someone walks into a room. On the nights we were too busy to think about it. Weekends when the pumps never stopped. Or evenings when we had to sweep out half the county's snow from the entry mats. It seemed to swell, louder through the floor, like it was filling in the spaces our attention left open. It was not consistent enough to chart on a graph. It was not loud enough for anyone who did not already know it was there to notice. But once you had heard it, once you had felt it react to a dog's body going rigid and a dumb human dragging his feet toward the dark, the pattern was hard to ignore. I started to get the feeling it was not just something under us, it was something listening back. 4.1. Enter Eric. Eric was the kind of guy who could make anything sound stupid just by raising one eyebrow at it. He worked nights most of the week at the little auto shop half a mile down the road, the one with the crooked sign and the permanently half-lit open in the window. He was about my age, maybe a year older, with grease permanently ground into the lines of his hands and a laugh that always sounded a little too loud for the room. He came into the station a lot. Sometimes it was just for smokes, sometimes for an energy drink and a candy bar, sometimes to stand at the counter at 3 a.m. and complain about customers who thought Google made them better mechanics than he was. He was practical in the way people who know how things come apart and go back together tend to be. Cars made sense to him. Machines either worked or they did not. And if they did not, there was a reason. He called every ghost show on TV fake without bothering to elaborate, like that was the default setting for anyone with a wrench. "See that?" he'd say, pointing at the screen when a shaky night vision camera caught some vague streak of blur. Dust, or someone's breath, or the producer behind them with a broom. Mark liked him immediately. They had that same restless energy, that same hunger for weird stories, except where Mark wanted to film them and chase clicks, Eric wanted to figure out where the wires ran and what was really buzzing behind the drywall. The first time Mark mentioned the tunnel to him, it was halfway a joke. It was a Tuesday night, the kind where time feels like it is folding in on itself. The lot outside was mostly empty, the windows fogging slightly from the difference between indoor heat and outdoor cold. Snow had not started yet, but you could smell it coming, wet, metallic air, like an old coin held under the tongue. Eric leaned on the counter with both elbows, an energy drink sweating in his hand. He wore his work jacket, the patch over his chest faded to the point where his name was barely legible, Eric in ghost letters. "So let me get this straight," he said, after Mark finished his "we have a secret horror movie under the parking lot" speech. "You found a locked door at work, broke it open, and decided the weird noise below it has to be a portal to hell." "Not a portal," Mark said. "Just something. Something like pipes," Eric said, "or ducts, or a tunnel they used for wiring back when this place went up." "You haven't heard it," I said, before I could stop myself. He looked at me with mild curiosity. "And it sounds like..." I opened my mouth, then closed it. The words that came to mind, breathing, lungs, voice, felt ridiculous with the store this bright, the coffee machine gurgling behind me, the coolers humming like obedient machines. "Like a hum," I said finally, "but not electric. It changes when you get close. And Daisy, Mark's girlfriend's dog, lost her mind down there. She wouldn't go near the tunnel." Eric smirked. "Dogs don't like weird smells. Mold, gas, rot. You walk her past a squirrel graveyard, she's gonna freak." Mark rolled his eyes. "You've been watching too many debunking videos, man. Some stuff is actually weird. Some stuff is poorly maintained infrastructure." Eric shot back. "I've seen crawl spaces under strip malls with more personality than half your horror channels." But he did not walk away. He leaned in, the way he did when someone popped the hood on a car with a good problem. He asked questions I had not thought to ask. How big is the corridor? How old does the concrete look? How many pipes? What kind? Any labels? Which direction does the tunnel itself point? Toward the highway or away from it? I answered as best I could. Narrow, old, a lot. None that I saw. Toward the ramps, if I had to guess. So this thing runs under the whole truck stop probably, he said, more to himself than to us. Storm drains, utility conduits. Could be they capped it off when they upgraded the place and never told anyone. He took a long pull from his drink, then set it down with a soft thunk. You idiots went down there with 2 crappy flashlights, no backup, and a dog, he said. If anything, I'm offended you didn't invite me. You would have just told us not to go, I said. He shrugged. Yeah, then I would have gone anyway, but I would have done it right. Right how? Mark asked, already interested. Rope, Eric said, counting off on his fingers. Harness, decent headlamps, an actual camera that doesn't die if you look at it wrong. 1 person down, 1 person at the mouth of the tunnel as anchor. No animals, no trying to impress future YouTube comments. Mark and I exchanged a look. It was that same terrible mix of relief and dread I'd felt before every exam I'd ever taken. Someone was offering structure, rules, a way to do the risky thing while pretending it was responsible. You're serious? Mark said. Eric nodded. I got a climbing rope in my truck. Use it for hauling engines sometimes. Harness at the shop. Headlamp that'll burn your retinas out if you point it at a mirror. We pick a slow night. You 2 cover the registers. I drop in. We see what's down there. And then you both stop freaking out every time your ice machine makes a weird noise. And if it's not just pipes? I asked. He grinned. Then you finally get your real ghost story. And I get to tell you I told you so when it turns out to be some kind of broken fan. We picked a night easier than we should have. The following week, Gary's schedule put him home early 3 nights in a row. The third one lined up with a forecast of light snow and hazardous driving conditions, which usually meant the lot would stay mostly empty after midnight. Gary reminded us to keep an eye on the pumps, locked his office, and left us with a half-hearted warning about audits. The snow started around 11. It was the soft kind at first. Tiny flakes spinning lazily in the air, catching the sodium vapor light and turning each cone of glow into a slow, private storm. The asphalt darkened as it took the wet, thin crust forming only in the corners and against the curbs. The highway sound outside turned muffled, like someone had put a blanket over it. Inside, the station felt extra bright. The radio murmured classic rock under the buzz of the fluorescents. Our breath fogged slightly near the automatic doors each time they opened and closed for the few stragglers still willing to venture out. Eric arrived just after midnight, carrying his skepticism like armor and his gear like a promise. He came in through the side door, stomping snow off his boots, a coiled rope slung over one shoulder. A harness dangled from his hand, clinking faintly. A compact LED headlamp sat strapped to his forehead, turned off for now. His own battered GoPro was clipped to his jacket with a carabiner. Your Uber to the underworld has arrived, he said. Mark's eyes lit up. Dude, you look like you're about to rob a cave. Caves don't have cash registers, Eric said. Just bats. You got bats down there? Just the one. Mark jerked a thumb at me. He hears things. Eric glanced at me, and for a second, the joking dropped away. You good with this? He asked. If you're not, we don't do it. I like not dying in pointless ways. I wanted to say no. I wanted to point at the floor, at the humming under it, and tell him the whole planet was already giving us a hint. But the other part of me, the same stupid, stubborn piece that had followed Mark down the stairs the first time, tightened its jaw. "I'm not going in that tunnel," I said. "I'll go as far as the corridor. After that, I'm anchor, on the rope. If anything feels wrong, we go back up, no arguing." "Deal," Eric said. "Daisy is not invited," I added. Mark raised his hands. "She's at home. I'm not dumb." "That's debatable," I muttered. We waited until the lot was completely empty. No headlights on the access road, no silhouettes moving near the pumps. The only vehicle in sight was a semi parked along the far edge. Engine off, cab dark, the driver presumably asleep in the bunk, unaware of 3 idiots about to open a part of the earth they had no business touching. We turned the radio down until it was barely a whisper, just enough to keep Gary from thinking we had shut it off if he checked later. The fluorescents hummed overhead, casting everything in their flat, unforgiving light. The hum under the floor was there too, low and steady, like it had decided to behave. "Let's go," Eric said. We slipped through the back door, Eric hauling the rope, Mark clutching his cheap camera, me with the flashlights and a knot in my stomach. The snow outside was heavier now, but still soft. It landed on the dumpsters and the concrete in a thin dusting, already starting to melt where the building's heat leaked out. Our breath billowed in front of us, merging with the flakes. The hum from the hatch seemed restrained, present but careful, as if whatever made it had learned something from the last time and was trying not to give itself away. "Here we are," Mark said, giving the hatch an unnecessary little tap with his boot. "Our very own OSHA violation." Eric crouched down, studying the metal, the rusted hinges, the seam at the bottom where warm air pushed through in a faint, steady thread. He put his hand near it without flinching, feeling the heat, listening. "Yeah," he said quietly. "That's not just ambient building noise." He did not say it like he believed in ghosts. He said it like a mechanic diagnosing a problem in an engine he did not recognize. Mark pried the hatch open with the crowbar. The metal groaned, then swung out, exhaling the familiar wave of warm, damp air. The smell of wet concrete and stale dust washed over us, thick enough to taste. We descended again. The stairs clanged under our boots, the hum growing fuller as we went down. I counted steps this time, quietly in my head. 11, 12, 13. The light from above shrank and then vanished as the hatch frame slipped out of sight. In the corridor, the air wrapped around us like a coat someone else had worn for a long time and never washed. The pipes overhead dripped and sweated. Our flashlight beams bounced off the puddles on the floor, turning them into thin, shifting mirrors. Eric turned on his headlamp. Its beam cut clean through the dark, whiter and sharper than ours. He swept it along the walls, cataloging cracks and junctions with quick, assessing glances. "Old construction," he said. "Probably 80s, maybe 90s. They don't do it like this anymore. No labels, no proper signage. Just hope nobody gets lost and dies down here." "Comforting," I said. We walked toward the conduit. I felt the weight of the rope in my hand, its fibers rough, the metal of the carabiner cold against my palm. Daisy's absence was a physical thing, like a missing person in a family photo. Eric kept up the running commentary as we went, maybe for our benefit, maybe for his own. "Worst thing down here's gonna be a raccoon nest," he said at one point. "Or some illegal dumping. Half the time, these places are just graveyards for broken equipment. Stinks, but that's it." He sounded confident. I tried to let it wash over me, tried to let his certainty replace the tight, sour feeling in my gut. But behind his words, in the quiet between them, the hum had other ideas. It deepened as we neared the tunnel mouth. Not just louder, lower. The tone slid downward, like someone turning up the bass on a stereo so the floor takes more of the sound than your ears do. I felt it in my knees, in my teeth, in the back of my neck. Our footsteps seemed smaller against it. The clank of boots on concrete suddenly fragile. The pipes overhead vibrated slightly, not enough to rattle, just enough to answer. When the conduit came into view, Eric stopped. He stared at the round opening for a long moment, headlamp beam framed perfectly around it. The darkness inside ate the light after a few feet, just as it always had. The air at the edge of the circle trembled faintly, as if the hum were thickest right there, pushing against it. "That," he said finally, "is not airflow." Mark shifted his weight, trying to sound unfazed. "What is it then? Demon chorus?" Eric shook his head, listening with the kind of attention he usually saved for engines that did something they were not supposed to. "That's resonance," he said. "You ever blow across the top of a bottle and it sings? Same idea. Something big and hollow down there, vibrating." The word hollow went through me harder than it should have. Big and hollow. Those were the kind of words people used for caverns, cisterns, empty spaces carved out where nothing living was supposed to be. The idea that there was a big, hollow something under our gas station, humming to itself in the dark, lodged in my mind like a splinter. I could not shake the feeling that whatever was vibrating down there was not just the space. It was something that had grown very used to the sound of its own voice. 4.2. The rope. Standing at the mouth of the conduit, I realized how stupid the whole setup really was. We were 3 guys in a service corridor no one had thought about in years, about to lower one of us into a hole the size of a coffin, tied to a rope usually used to haul engines. There were no waivers, no safety officer, no backup plan more complicated than pull hard if he screams. But everything was laid out now, neat and deliberate, like a ritual. Eric shrugged off his jacket and slipped into the harness with practiced movements, straps tightening around his thighs and waist. The belt clicked shut with a solid, confident sound. He tied into the rope with a figure-8 knot that looked like it knew what it was doing, checked it, tugged it, checked it again. "This part's fine," he said, half to reassure us, half himself. "People do worse than this on sketchy ladders every day." The coil of rope felt heavier than it should have in my hands. He fed the line out, looping it once around a metal bracket anchored into the wall near the conduit, something that had probably once supported a pipe. From there, he handed the free end to me. "You," he said, looking me dead in the eye, "do not let go of this." "I wasn't planning on it," I said. I stepped right up to the opening and planted my feet on either side of it, boots edging the curve of the concrete. The tunnel's mouth was at about knee height, so I had to crouch slightly to get the right angle, weight centered, hands wrapped around the rope. The interior of the conduit yawned in front of me, a smooth cylinder of gray that swallowed the headlamp beams after a few feet. The air pushing out of it was warm and damp, brushing my face with each invisible exhale. Behind me, Mark positioned himself just out of the way, one hand braced on my shoulder, the other holding his flashlight. He angled the beam over my head, casting a wide cone of light into the tunnel so Eric could see his first few moves. The hum pressed up through the floor and into my legs, then traveled through the rope. It was subtle at first, more a suggestion than a real vibration, but it was there, a low, repeating thrum that made the fibers feel faintly alive. "All right," Eric said, adjusting his headlamp so it pointed straight ahead. "If I say pull, you pull. If I say stop, you stop. If I say nothing for too long, you use your judgment." "That is not comforting," I said. He grinned, but it did not fully reach his eyes. "That's because it's honest." Then he turned sideways, sat down at the mouth of the conduit, and slid his legs in. The tunnel swallowed his boots first, then his shins, then his knees. The sound of his movements echoed around us, fabric dragging on concrete, the soft metallic clink of carabiners, the occasional scrape of harness buckle against stone. He eased himself forward, one elbow at a time, shoulders squeezing through the round space with little grunts of effort. "Little tight," he muttered, "but manageable." His voice came back at us oddly. The tunnel grabbed it, stretched it, and then returned it with a half-second delay, like someone repeating him from farther away. "Manageable, manageable," the air seemed to say. I started to feed him rope, letting it slide through my palms in slow, controlled increments. Every few inches, I wrapped it around my forearm and back again, creating friction points I could lock down on if I had to. The hum got muffled as his body plugged more of the conduit, but it did not go away. It shifted the way sound does when you put your ear against a closed door, less sharp, more felt than heard. Now it vibrated up through the rope itself, faint pulses beating against my hands in time with his movements. "Little junction here," Eric called back after a minute. His voice emerged from the tunnel mouth distorted, thinner, like it had to squeeze out around the edges of him. "There's, like, a side pipe, capped. Main one keeps going." "Copy," Mark said, because he liked feeling like we were on some kind of mission. "Walls are dry," Eric added. "No standing water. Some old wiring clips, but most of the cables are gone. This probably hasn't seen real maintenance since before you two were born." His words came in uneven bursts, each one warped slightly by the tunnel. The echo was subtle but wrong. A faint shadow of his voice, a fraction of a second behind, quieter and lower, almost like someone else was repeating him from deeper in. I forced myself not to focus on it, to treat it as just physics, just sound bouncing around curved concrete. My hands kept their slow rhythm, feed and hold, feed and hold. "How far are you?" I asked. "Maybe 20 feet, he said. "Hard to tell. It bends a little. Might be a wider area up ahead. Airflow's weird. Feels like it's coming from below me now." Below. The word made the skin between my shoulder blades itch. I tightened my grip on the rope without meaning to. "Remember," I said, "if anything feels off, you relax," he cut in. "I'm fine. There's just..." He stopped. The rope went still. Until then, even when he wasn't talking, I could tell he was moving by the small, irregular tugs that traveled up the line. An elbow push here, a knee shift there. Now, the tension froze in place, neither slack nor pulling, just a held position, as if he had braced himself against something and was staying exactly where he was. "Eric?" I called. The way my voice went into the tunnel and did not immediately bounce back made my mouth go dry. "You good?" Silence from inside, except for the soft rush of my own breath, which sounded too loud. "Eric," Mark said, a notch sharper. There was a long beat, long enough for the hum to sneak back into the center of my attention, a low, thick vibration threading through my wrists. Then, faintly, "Just hold on." The words drifted out of the tunnel like they had come a long way, thinner than they should have been, as if they'd been scraped against the sides of the conduit on their way up. He did not sound panicked. He did not sound hurt. He sounded like someone trying to listen past something. "Hold on to what?" I asked. "What's going on?" No answer. The hum shifted again. It felt closer, like it had sidled up right under him. The rope in my hands vibrated with it, tiny tremors running along the fibers. I could feel my heartbeat climbing, each thud a separate event. My palms had started to sweat, the rope digging into the skin even though I was trying not to squeeze too hard. "Eric," I tried again. "Talk to me." There was a faint scrape from down the tunnel. Fabric against stone, maybe. A small metallic ping like his helmet grazing the top of the pipe. Then, without any warning at all, the rope jerked. It was not a cautious tug or a test pull. It was a sudden, violent yank that ripped through my arms and almost ripped me off my feet. The line snapped tight, cutting into my palms so hard it felt like it burned through the skin. My body lurched forward, my boots skidding on the damp concrete. For a split second, I was pitched toward the conduit mouth, the dark circle of it rushing up in my vision. If Mark had not been behind me, I might have gone face first into it. He grabbed my shoulders with both hands, fingers digging in through my jacket, and leaned back with his full weight. We became a crooked triangle, me braced at the mouth, Mark anchoring me, the rope running taut into the dark. "What the?" he gasped, muscles straining. "He's pulling?" "It doesn't feel like a crawl," I managed through clenched teeth. The tension on the rope was wrong. When someone is moving forward in a crawl, the line comes in little increments. Pull, release, pull, release. This was steady, dragging force, like a heavy weight had dropped on the other end and was sliding, not forward, but downward. The rope sawed against my palms. I could feel each individual fiber biting into my skin, the hum buzzing through them in a way that made my stomach turn. For a moment, the absurd thought flashed through my head that if I let go, whatever was holding the other end would shoot forward out of the tunnel like something yanked on a bungee cord. "Eric!" Mark shouted, voice cracking off the walls. "Say something, man." No answer. The hum climbed in pitch, just for a heartbeat, then dipped, like someone had pressed on a piano string and then let go. The rope strained at some invisible edge, and then, as quickly as it had gone tight, it went slack. The line sagged in my hands, so abruptly my arms jerked backward. My body rocked, my knees banging painfully against the concrete edge of the conduit. Mark nearly toppled into me before he caught himself. For a second, we both just stood there, breathing hard, the sudden absence of tension almost worse than the pull had been. The rope lay in a loose arc from my hands into the tunnel, like something that had just been snapped mid-argument. The hum settled back into its earlier, lower rhythm, as if nothing had happened. 4-3 Eric's face. For a few seconds after the rope went slack, we just stood there listening to it breathe. It did not make sense, of course. Rope does not breathe, but that was how it sounded in my hands. A low, residual tremor, like the ghost of the tension still shaking through the fibers. My palms burned where it had bitten into them. My arms hummed with the echo of the pull. "Eric?" Mark tried again, voice smaller now. "Say something, dude." The tunnel answered with its own kind of silence, the thick, padded kind that has weight. The hum had settled at that lower, chest-level rumble, steady and indifferent. No scraping, no dragging, no voice. Then, very faintly, I felt the rope move. Not the violent yank from before. This was a gradual testing shift. The line tightened just enough to erase the sag between my hands and the tunnel mouth, then began to slide backward, inch by inch, as if someone on the other end was slowly, deliberately backing out. I tightened my grip on it again, this time not to resist, but to regulate. "I think he's coming back," I said, more to convince myself than Mark. We both leaned in, ears straining. There it was, the sound of grunting echoing up the conduit, the uneven exhale of someone exerting themselves in a tight space, fabric scraping along concrete, the muffled clank of metal buckles and clips knocking against the inside of the tube. Every now and then, his helmet hit the top, producing a sharper tap that made my teeth clench in sympathy. The hum dropped even further as he moved, like it was withdrawing, or maybe just stepping politely aside to let him pass. It was still there, somewhere behind his sounds, but thinner, as if it were holding its breath while he left. "Almost there," Mark called, his voice bouncing weirdly off the curve. "You good, man?" No answer. Just the continued shuffle and drag, each sound coming a fraction of a second after its echo, so it was hard to tell which one belonged to him and which one belonged to the space itself. Then his boots appeared. They slid out of the tunnel opening first, toes scraping against the lip, heels searching for purchase. I grabbed the rope higher up and leaned back, ready to take some of his weight if he slipped. His knees followed, then the harness, then his torso, shoulders twisting awkwardly as he squeezed through the round mouth. He pushed himself the rest of the way out with both arms, half falling onto the corridor floor. For a second, he stayed there on hands and knees, head bowed, breathing hard. The beam from his headlamp hit the opposite wall, then jittered as he moved. The harsh white light sliced across his face, and that was when I really saw him. It is strange how someone you've known for months can look like a stranger in a single instant. Eric's skin was always pale in winter, but under the LED glare, it looked drained, like all the color had been washed out of it from the inside. The faint grease smudges that usually lived along his jaw and under his nails seemed sharper against the whiteness, like bruises on paper. His eyes were open wide, but not in the way you expect after a jump scare. There was no immediate shock, no wild, darting panic. They were fixed somewhere just past us, pupils blown bigger than the light justified, as if he were still looking at something that was no longer in front of him. It was the kind of stare you see on someone who has walked out of a room and left part of themselves behind. His lips were slightly parted, not enough to breathe through in gasps, just enough that his teeth showed faintly, like he was unconsciously trying not to taste the air. "Hey," Mark said, kneeling down on one side of him. "You okay? What did you see?" Eric did not answer right away. He sat back slowly on his heels, shoulders sagging with the movement. His hands, still gloved, went automatically to the harness buckles at his hips, fingers fumbling for them like they had their own agenda. "Eric," I said, more gently than I meant to. "Talk to us. Did you get stuck? Did something—" "I don't feel good," he said. The words dropped into the space between us in a flat, almost conversational tone, but that made them worse. There was no forced nonchalance, no bravado, just a simple statement, like a diagnosis. His voice sounded off, not shaky, not hoarse, just slightly delayed, as if some part of it had to travel farther than the rest to reach us. Like there was a layer between his thoughts and his mouth. "We shouldn't," he added, eyes still unfocused. "We shouldn't come back down here." Mark latched onto that. "Okay," he said quickly. "Deal. We're out." Done. But what's down there? Is it gas? A drop? A room? Did you see someone's DIY murder dungeon or what? Eric's jaw worked, like he was chewing on an answer and could not quite swallow it. He glanced once, not at us, but past us, toward the dark, round mouth of the tunnel. His gaze did not linger. It flinched away in a tiny, involuntary recoil. He shook his head, just once. "Doesn't matter," he muttered. "Just don't come back." He unhooked himself from the rope with hands that shook more than they should have. The carabiner clinked against the harness, a small, stupidly normal sound. I stared at him, trying to read more at the edges of his expression. There was no obvious terror there, no convenient single tear tracking down his cheek. Just that distance, like a second version of him, was standing somewhere deeper in the dark, staring at something we could not see. Behind us, from the conduit, there was a faint brushing sound. It was so soft it could have been imagination, a light, sliding contact, like fingertips trailing along the interior of the concrete tube, following the path he had just taken. Not the heavy drag from before, something smaller, curious. All three of us snapped our heads toward the opening. Mark swung his flashlight beam straight into it. The light carved out the first few feet of the tunnel, illuminating the smooth curve of the walls, the faint scuffs where Eric's harness and boots had passed, the little chips in the concrete. There was nothing there, no movement, no shadow that did not belong to us, just emptiness and the hum, low and steady, like someone humming to themselves in the next apartment over, unaware or uninterested that anyone is listening. "Let's go," Eric said abruptly. He pushed himself to his feet, one hand briefly touching the wall for balance. For a second, I thought he might put his palm flat against the concrete and lean in, like people do when they are trying to hear through a door. Instead, his fingers found nothing to hold on to, and he pulled them back quickly, as if the idea of touching the wall made his skin crawl. We gathered the rope in jerky, uncoordinated movements, all of us trying to avoid standing with our backs to the tunnel for longer than we had to. The hum pulsed underfoot, unchanging, as we moved away. Up the stairs, the world reassembled itself in familiar layers, the clank of boots on metal, the shift in air from warm and damp to cold and dry, the rectangle of lot light growing larger and sharper as we climbed. When we stepped through the hatch and into the snow-silvered back lot, the fresh air hit my face like a slap. The station's buzz and glow spilled out of the back door, cutting the night into manageable pieces. Eric did not look back at the hatch. He walked ahead of us, his steps faster than usual, shoulders slightly hunched, as if he expected something to reach up from the concrete and grab his ankles. Once inside, he did not pause behind the counter, did not go for his usual second energy drink or bag of chips. He went straight to where he had dropped his jacket earlier, grabbed it, and shrugged it on with quick, jerky movements. "Hey," Mark said, frowning. "You're just leaving?" "Yeah," Eric said. He did not meet our eyes. I gotta get home. Early start tomorrow." "You didn't even buy anything," Mark said, half joking, like that would break whatever spell this was. "I'm good," Eric replied. He started for the side door. For a brief second, he turned back, and our eyes met. It was like looking through a window at someone in a moving car, close, then already leaving. "Don't go back down there," he said. It was not dramatic. No cinematic warning with thunder and lightning. Just a flat sentence, like a mechanic telling you not to drive on a tire that is about to fail. Just don't. Then he left. The door swung shut behind him with its usual hiss. The chime dinged. The snow outside swallowed him up. He did not come in the next night, or the next, or the one after that. At first, it was easy to rationalize. Different shifts, busy at the shop, sick. People have lives that do not revolve around gas stations and tunnels. But the longer the silence stretched, the more wrong it felt. Mark texted him, jokes at first, then a simple, "You good?" with no emojis, no response. The little delivered checkmark sat there like a tiny gravestone. A week later, his absence felt less like bad scheduling and more like something had been cut out of the routine with a clean knife. The nights felt emptier without the familiar scrape of his boots and his too loud laugh. One slow afternoon, on my own break, I found myself in the tiny back room we called the break room, just because someone had put a microwave and a chair in it. The hum of the station wrapped around the walls, coolers, compressors, the distant slam of the front door. On the table in front of me sat a small, battered GoPro, Eric's. He had unclipped it from his jacket in the corridor before going in, intending to adjust the mount, then never reattached it. In the chaos of the rope and the return and the abrupt exit, it had ended up on the shelf next to the coffee filters, where it had stayed, unnoticed, for days. I picked it up, the plastic warm from the ambient heat of the room. The rubber around the lens felt slightly sticky, familiar. I thumbed the power button. The tiny screen blinked to life. There were a few clips of unremarkable things. Grainy shots of the shop, a quick pan across a parking lot, a half-second of his boot stepping into frame, then the file with the timestamp from that night. I pressed play. The footage showed what I expected at first. The service corridor, seen from chest height, the circle of the headlamp carving out details, pipes overhead, puddles underfoot, the round mouth of the conduit looming larger as he approached. Then, darkness as he angled himself into the tunnel. The sound of his breathing, loud and close in the small space. The scrape of fabric. The soft thud of his helmet against the concrete. His voice muttering to himself about junctions, dry walls, old wiring. Each word slightly distorted, the echo trailing it like a weak impression. As he went deeper, the video turned into mostly black with occasional flashes of concrete when he shifted just right. The hum, captured by the tiny mic, was a low, omnipresent buzz, grainy but recognizable, filling the spaces between his breaths. Then there was a moment where the camera jolted slightly, and his breathing changed. Shallower, tighter, like he had stopped focusing on crawling and started focusing on something else. He did not say what. For a few seconds, there was nothing but the sound of air moving in and out of his lungs, the hum pulsing underneath, and then, layered under that, something else faded in. It was another breath, not his. It had the same rhythm, inhale, exhale, inhale, but it lagged by a fraction of a second, like an echo that had learned the original and was now trying to keep up. It was softer, wetter, as if the air was fighting through something. Every time he inhaled, it inhaled a moment after. Every time he exhaled, it followed, just out of sync enough to register as separate. On the video, his breaths grew faster, more irregular. The second set of breaths adjusted with him, matching the stutter, mimicking the hesitation, always that half beat behind. The footage ended abruptly. No scream, no final whisper, just a tiny crackle of distortion, a flicker of static, and then freeze frame black. The GoPro's battery icon blinked emptily at me. I sat there in the break room, the cheap chair creaking under me, the hum of the station seeping under the door, listening to those twin breathing patterns in my head, his and the other one, sink and slip, sink and slip. At some point, I realized my own breathing had fallen into the same rhythm. 5.1. The hum in my head. After Eric, the hum stopped being just something under the floor. It moved in. For a while, I told myself I was fine. I showed up to work, clocked in, counted the register, wiped the same coffee stains off the same fake marble counter. I nodded along to Mark's attempts at normal conversation and pretended not to notice how often he checked the side door, or how quickly he changed the subject anytime Eric's name hovered in the air. But the hum did not care about routines, or social cues, or the fact that the gas station still had to function like a place where people bought cigarettes and lottery tickets. It had learned what I sounded like when I was afraid, and now it wanted to try that sound on everything. At home, in my one-bedroom apartment in Columbus, the nights had their own quiet logic. The fridge in my kitchen kicked on and off with a dull mechanical sigh. The HVAC vents exhaled warm air in soft bursts. Water rattled through the pipes in the wall when the upstairs neighbor flushed or took a shower. These noises used to blur into a background I barely registered. After the tunnel, they started to separate into layers. I would lie on my back in bed, staring at the uneven ceiling, listening. The refrigerator had a particular cycle: a low chug as the compressor started, a higher-pitched whine as it hit its stride, then a clunk and fade as it stopped. I knew that sound pattern. I'd grown up with versions of it in every crappy rental my family ever had. Now, under it, I heard something else. Not loud, not distinct, just a steady, low vibration, not quite synced with the fridge's rhythm. It was a fraction slower, like a song played on two different devices that are slightly out of time. The HVAC vents breathed differently too. They pushed warm air into the room in soft, rushing waves. If I closed my eyes, I could almost feel the texture of it against my skin. Dry, slightly dusty, carrying the faint smell of the building's age. If I listened too closely, though, the rush of air turned into something more deliberate. Each burst started to sound like an inhale, each fade like an exhale, with a tiny shiver of tone riding the edge of it, the suggestion of a hum hidden inside the machinery. Even the plumbing got involved. Pipes rattled in the walls, knocking faintly when someone turned on a tap in another apartment. The water moving through them made a hollow, rushing sound. I caught myself holding my breath more often, trying to track those noises, to decide which ones belonged to the building and which ones belonged to the echo of something that had followed me home. On my days off, I tried to outrun it with noise. I would go to a 24-hour grocery store and lose myself in the beeps of checkout scanners, the robotic voice telling customers to place items in the bagging area. I would walk along the edge of a busy road just to hear trucks downshifting, the hiss of air brakes, the wet slap of tires on asphalt. I would stand in line at a coffee shop and focus on the milk steamer shrieking, the blender grinding ice, the low roar of conversations overlapping. Each loud sound was like a temporary eraser, scrubbing the hum out of my head for a few seconds at a time. But the gaps between those sounds stretched out when I was alone. In those pockets of quiet, elevator rides, stairwells, the moment after I turned off the shower and before I grabbed the towel, the hum came back stronger, as if it had been pacing just outside, waiting for its chance to step in again. At the station, I tried to bury myself in work. I told myself that if I kept my hands moving, stocking shelves, ringing up customers, pulling coffee filters, counting lotto scratch-offs, I would be too busy to think. It did not work. The place felt different after Eric stopped coming. It was not just his absence. It was the way his absence seemed to rearrange the sounds in the building. Without his boots stomping in at 2:15 a.m., without his too loud laugh, the gaps in the night got wider. I started noticing little things I had never cared about before. The checkout scanner at Register 1 made a high, chirping beep. Register 2's beep was lower, more of a bloop. The cigarette case door squealed on its hinges, in B-flat, over and over, every time I opened it. The radio behind the counter had a faint hiss under the music, a constant background shh, like someone whispering and never quite forming a word. Customers had their own sound signatures. Construction workers clomped in heavy boots that left wet prints and muddy echoes. Nurses in sneakers made soft, tired squeaks on the tile. Truckers, with their big jackets and heavy wallets, had a particular jangle to them. Keys, coins, belt buckles all tossed onto the counter in one metallic clatter. Each of those noises was solid, identifiable, tied to something in front of me. They anchored me to the surface of things. But every time the store emptied out, no customers, no radio song between DJs, no truck idling outside, the silence rushed in like water, and the hum floated up through it. Some nights it felt like it was coming from the floor. Other nights, it seemed to seep from the ceiling tiles, as if it had found new paths in the building's bones. Once, when I was alone at 3 a.m. and the ice machine had just finished dumping, I would have sworn the sound came from right behind the cooler doors, like something was pressed up against the glass on the other side. I started researching in the only way I knew how, badly. On my phone, during breaks, I typed searches like Exit 39 Ohio gas station tunnels and utility corridors under truck stops, I-70, and can humming sound travel through concrete. I got a lot of boring answers first. Articles about maintenance corridors used for fuel lines, diagrams of old storm drainage systems, conversations on engineering forums about obsolete service ducts that had been capped when stations upgraded their pumps. Occasionally, though, something weirder slipped through. On one old regional message board that looked like it had not been updated since before smartphones, I found a thread titled, "Anyone else feel that vibration at the 39 truck stop?" The posts were dated almost 10 years ago. The first guy talked about stopping there during long-haul runs and feeling a weird buzzing under the floor every time he walked in, like the building was sitting on top of a giant subwoofer turned way down. Someone else replied that they thought it was big refrigeration units in the back, or maybe a line issue with the pumps. A third user mentioned standing in the bathroom and feeling something like a low growl in the tiles when everything else went quiet. The thread ended after that. No argument, no conclusion, just stopped. The last post was someone saying, "Yeah, I know what you mean," with a smiley face. I stared at that thread in the blue light of my phone until my eyes started to ache. My brake timer buzzed in my pocket, and I shoved the phone away. No smarter than before, but more certain of one thing. Whatever lived under Exit 39 had been making noise for longer than I had worked there. Maybe longer than I had been alive. The hum kept prying at me in other ways too. Sleep, which had never been great with my schedule, started to feel more like an ambush than a rest. I would get home at 8 a.m, shower, eat something that did not require cooking, and fall into bed like someone had cut the strings holding me up. Sometimes I dropped straight into blankness. Other times, I hovered in that narrow in-between-a strip, where you are not fully awake but not fully gone, drifting in circles around the same half-dream. One afternoon, after a particularly long run of shifts, I lay down for what was supposed to be just an hour before going back in for another overnight. The room was dim, blinds half closed against a cloudy Columbus sky. The city outside was doing its daytime thing, Muffled traffic, a garbage truck clanking somewhere, someone's music leaking faintly through a wall. I closed my eyes. In the dream, or whatever it was, I was back in the service corridor. Every detail was right, in that too-sharp way dreams have. The sweat-slick concrete, the drip of water somewhere out of sight, the pipes above sweating, the faint smell of rust and old dust, the yellowish puddles on the floor reflecting my flashlight beam. The conduit mouth yawned in front of me, black and round. The air pushing out of it was warm and damp, tasting exactly like it had down there. The hum was there too, low, steady, familiar. It rolled up through my feet and into my chest, a feeling more than a sound. At first, it sounded just like it always did. A single held tone, no melody, no variation. But as I stood there, not moving, it began to shift. Tiny ripples ran through it, like someone was pressing on a piano key in different ways, testing its range. The pitch wandered up a little, then down. The vibration in my bones changed, moving from my legs to my ribs to the base of my skull. Then, very slowly, it started to shape itself. The changes were subtle at first. A little drop at the end of one pulse, a rise in the middle of the next. It was like listening to someone clear their throat before speaking, cough up a voice they had not used in a long time. The hum slid up, hit a ridge of higher vibration, and broke across it in pieces that began to sound eerily like syllables. Not words yet, just contours of words. The general outline of language. I realized, with the cold clarity you sometimes get only in dreams, that I knew exactly what it was trying to form. My name, stretched out, warped, dragged through static. The first time it tried, it fell apart halfway through, dissolving into noise. The second attempt got closer. The third was worse. The fourth almost got it right. The cadence spot on. The consonants scrambled into something thick and wet. By the fifth, it sounded like someone else was in the corridor with me, standing somewhere just behind my shoulder, humming my name into the back of my skull. I tried to turn around to look. My body would not move. The hum swelled, gathered itself, and then broke into a sound that was not quite my name, but close enough that my skin crawled. I woke up with my heart slamming against my ribs like it was trying to get out. The ceiling of my apartment stared back at me, the same uneven plaster it had always been. The light coming through the blinds was a little brighter. A truck rolled by outside, bass thudding faintly. The fridge kicked on with its familiar chug, and inside my head, under all of that, there was still a residual vibration. Not loud, not defined, just a low, lingering thrum at the base of my skull, like the echo of a note still ringing in a room after the instrument has stopped playing. I lay there perfectly still, listening to it, and realized that I did not know anymore where the building's noises ended and the hum in my head began. 5.2. Strange, quiet nights. If you work nights long enough, you get used to a certain kind of noise level. There is a baseline for how loud a gas station is supposed to be at 2 or 3 in the morning, even when the place looks empty. The coolers in the back should rattle and hum in uneven cycles. The radio should murmur some classic rock or late-night DJ chatter. The highway beyond the lot should lay down a constant wash of distant engines, a kind of mechanical ocean. When those things stop, you notice. And that was the problem. The noise did not stop. It just softened. Over a handful of shifts, the station started to feel wrong in a way I could not easily point to. Customers still came in. The pumps still beeped. The register still chirped when I scanned barcodes. But there was a strange thinness to everything, like someone had turned the volume knob down on the whole world, and I was the only one who remembered how loud it used to be. The drink coolers, which normally thundered through their cycles like old refrigerators on life support, seemed to be running softer. They still turned on and off. They still vibrated through the floor, but their noise no longer filled all the gaps. It hovered in the background like a polite suggestion. The radio behind the counter, which Gary insisted always stayed on, started cutting out at odd times. Not full static, not dead air. More like someone was lightly pinching the audio feed for a few seconds at a time. A song would be playing, a guitar riff crawling along, and then it would drop into a weird, muffled nothing for the length of a held breath before snapping back mid-lyric. Customers rarely noticed. One guy looked up once when it happened and frowned, but by the time he opened his mouth, the chorus was back, and he decided it was not worth mentioning. Outside, the highway sound dulled. On snow days, that made sense. Fresh snow absorbs noise. But this happened on clear nights too, when the sky was sharp and the air brittle with cold. Truck headlights still slid along the overpass in the distance. Tail lights still blinked. But the sound that should have accompanied them came through like it was traveling from much farther away. If you had walked into the store during one of those shifts, you probably would have said it was peaceful. I knew better. Behind the counter, the back door chime started playing its own game. You know that sound, the cheap, cheerful ding that announces someone coming in through the employee entrance. It is baked into the night shift brain as surely as the front doors jingle. A reflex cue to glance up, see who is there, weigh the threat level in a half second. More than once, around 2 or 3 in the morning, the back chime went off while I was alone at the front. Not the front chime, not the sound of a customer pushing through the glass doors. The single flat ding of the rear door, the one that should only announce trash runs, deliveries, or a coworker stepping out for a smoke. Each time it happened, I flinched. I would look down the narrow hallway and see nothing but the closed gray door, lit in harsh rectangles by the fluorescence. No draft, no movement. The first couple of times, I chalked it up to a sensor glitch. Wires, old hardware. This building was full of both. On my next break, I went into the office and checked the camera pointed down that hallway just to be sure. I scrubbed through the footage until I found the exact second the chime had rung. On screen, the hallway sat empty. The door was closed. The frame before, the frame after, no changes. The only hint that anything had happened was a tiny jump in the audio waveform from that camera's mic. I turned the volume up and played it a few times. The mic picked up the chime clear and bright, a little too loud for such a small room. Under it, for just a moment, there was a muted thud, like something soft and heavy hitting the ground just out of frame, right against the wall under where the camera's view cut off. Not a door slam, not footsteps, more like someone dropping a bag of wet sand. After that impact, nothing. No footsteps, no twisting doorknob, just the soft mechanical hum of the building resuming its work. I told myself it could be anything. A pressure fluctuation in the door, a misfiring sensor in the chime unit, the building settling. I told myself a lot of things. None of them made me feel any better. The other sounds were harder to dismiss. Every now and then, when the store was between customers and the pumps were quiet, I heard a short, wet cough from somewhere beneath the floor. It never sounded the same way twice. Sometimes it was just a single, thick exhale, like someone trying to clear their throat without making a scene. Sometimes it came in a pair, a small cough and a partial second, cut off halfway, as if whoever it belonged to had changed their mind mid-breath. They were never loud, never dramatic. just quiet enough to make me question whether I had truly heard them or just remembered some noise from earlier. I tried more than once to get Mark to hear it too. "You hear that?" I'd ask when one of those faint sounds crept up through the tiles. My head cocked to one side, finger pressing against the counter. He would pause, listening, but by then it would be gone. The coolers would cycle on. The radio would fill in the gap. A pickup would rumble past the front windows. "Hear what?" he'd say. "Nothing," I'd lie. "Thought a pipe knocked." If he noticed the way my shoulders stayed tense for a while after, he did not mention it. His appetite for the tunnel had disappeared after Eric. He avoided the subject now, not in a guilty way, but in the way people avoid poking at a bruise they are not ready to admit is there. I took the opposite route. I started doing something I am not proud of. I started staying late. My shift officially ended at 7 in the morning. Daylight would seep in through the front windows. The early commuters would start to filter in. Coffee, gas, donuts, the whole routine. The day shift clerk would show up, bleary-eyed, keys jangling, making some joke about vampire hours. Normally, I would hand off the register, clock out, and go home to my dim apartment and my unreliable sleep. Instead, I started hanging back. A couple of times a week, I would offer to close out some extra inventory, double-check cigarette counts, finish a few chores the day shift hated doing. Gary loved it, told me I was showing initiative. The truth was uglier. What I really wanted was the few minutes after my shift, when the day shift clerk disappeared into the office. The early rush died down, and I could be alone in the store with the lights off. I would kill all but a few necessary fixtures, leave 1 or 2 rows of fluorescents on for safety, dim the radio until it was a faint murmur, and stand behind the counter with my hands flat on the laminate, eyes closed. Listening. Some nights, the noise was normal. Too normal even. Coolers humming, vents whispering, distant traffic murmuring, the hum under the floor no more distinct than any other vibration. Other nights, the quiet felt engineered, like everything that could have made noise had stepped back a few feet, just enough to give the center of the soundstage to something else. That was the feeling that scared me most, and the one I kept chasing. I knew it was unhealthy. I knew in that private, stubborn part of myself that never lies to me, that I was feeding the thing as much as it was feeding on my curiosity. I felt both pushed away from it and dragged toward it, like standing at the edge of a high drop and leaning forward just to see if I could make my stomach flip. I had no intention of going back down to the hatch alone. Even at my most reckless, I was not that stupid. But the idea of it sat in my head like a lit sign. "You could go," it whispered. "No one would know. You could just stand on the stairs. You would finally find out if..." I never answered that part of the sentence, even in my thoughts. The night it really drove home how bad I had let things get. It was around 4 in the morning, the deadest time, the hour that feels like the world has gone slightly out of orbit. I was alone. Mark had called off sick, real sick, from the wreck in his voice on the phone. The replacement Gary pulled in had left early after throwing up in the bathroom twice. It was technically against policy to leave just one person on overnights, but Gary had decided my continued existence plus a couple of cameras were enough for one night. The front lights were on, but dimmed. Outside, the lot was empty. The snow from earlier melted into slick, dark patches. The only vehicle in sight was a delivery truck parked out back, engine off, driver probably asleep. I stood behind the counter, the register screen casting a green reflection on the glass of the cigarette case. The radio dipped into static for a moment, and then cut entirely. leaving only the buzz of the ceiling fixtures and the distant click of the ice machine. And then I heard it. The hum, not from the hatch, not muffled by distance and concrete and the bulk of the building. It came from directly under my feet. It started as a faint vibration in my heels, like someone running a low-frequency tone through the tiles. It rose through my ankles, into my calves, up the bones of my legs. A slow, deliberate pulse, the pitch sitting somewhere between a voice and a machine. I looked down at the floor, even though I knew that was useless. Beige tiles, scuffed and stained, cracked in a few places where something had been dropped too hard. A discarded bit of receipt paper, a faint smear of melted salt from someone's boot. The hum pressed upward, the sound focused in a circle maybe 3 or 4 feet in diameter, centered exactly where I stood. I stepped back, 1 foot, then the other. The vibration followed. It did not travel instantly. It lagged, like water in a bottle sloshing toward the direction it had been tipped. But within a second or two, the strongest pulse of it was under me again, as if something below had adjusted, aligning itself with wherever I moved. For the first time since this started, the thought hit me not as an image or a theory, but as a solid, cold fact. Whatever was down there was not limited to the space under the hatch anymore. It knew where I was. 5.3, the X on the wall. The problem with knowing you might be losing it is that you start begging for something outside your own head to either prove it or shut it up. I got tired of asking other people to hear what I was hearing. Mark shrugged it off. Gary did not care as long as the numbers added up. Customers were not going to stand around in the middle of the night, holding their coffee, listening to the floor for a hum I could not even describe properly. So I decided to ask the building. It sounds ridiculous when I put it like that, but that is what it was. A small, stupid experiment. Something simple, something physical, something I could point to and say, either this moved or I did. I bought a cheap piece of white chalk from the dollar store on my way into work one night, the kind kids use on sidewalks. I kept it in my pocket all evening, feeling its little cylinder press against my leg whenever I shifted my weight. It felt like contraband. The plan was basic enough that it almost calmed me down. Go downstairs, stand in the corridor by the conduit, and draw a small X on the wall near the tunnel mouth. Take a picture of it. Go back upstairs. Check it again the next day. Walls do not draw on themselves. Chalk does not smear without help. If nothing changed, maybe that would be enough to convince me that the rest of this was just sleep deprivation and noise. Or maybe I just wanted to see if anything down there would react. The opportunity came on one of those strange, thin nights around 2 in the morning, when the store felt hollowed out. No cars in the lot, no headlights. The radio had fallen into one of its inexplicable silences between songs. Even the coolers sounded like they were trying to tiptoe. Mark was on his phone at the front, slumped on the stool, half watching some video with his earbuds in. Gary was long gone. Daisy was at home. Eric was wherever he was not answering his texts. "I'm going to check something in the back," I said. Mark waved without looking up, a vague motion of acknowledgement. "Cool. If a bus pulls in, I'm screaming." I grabbed a flashlight and the key for the back door, even though the lock on the hatch was long broken. Habits are hard to shake. The hall leading to the exit felt narrower than usual, the walls closer. The back door chime rang when I pushed through, too bright in the relative quiet. Outside, the air was cold enough to sting, but not cold enough to wake me up. The lot lights painted the dumpsters in flat orange and cast long, thin shadows from the chain-link fence. My breath fogged as I crossed the concrete toward the hatch. The hum was there, waiting. Not loud, not aggressive. Just that low, steady presence, like a singer holding the first note of a song they had not decided the lyrics to yet. It slid up through the soles of my shoes as I approached, familiar in a way that made my skin feel too tight. I crouched, got my fingers under the edge of the hatch, and pulled. The hinges complained with their now familiar creak, metal grinding against metal. The warm, damp air from below billowed up around my knees, carrying that smell of wet concrete and old dust. Just a mark, I muttered to myself. That's all. The stairs clanged under my boots as I descended, the flashlight beam bobbing against the walls. The hum grew fuller with each step, threading into my bones. At the bottom, the service corridor opened up in front of me. Pipes overhead, cables sagging, puddles reflecting my light in smeared shapes. I hesitated before rounding the bend that led to the conduit. I could turn around, I told myself. Right now. Go back up. Throw the chalk away. Pretend I had grown out of this. Instead, I walked forward until the round tunnel mouth came into view. It yawned out of the wall, black and familiar, the air at its lip faintly warmer than the rest of the corridor. The hum pressed hardest here, as always, like it was collecting itself at the edge of the opening. I forced myself to look away from the darkness and focus on the concrete beside it. There, on the wall to the right of the circle, just above a streak of brownish rust trailing from some long-forgotten fixture, was a blank patch of gray about the size of my palm. Unremarkable. No chips, no stains. That was my spot. I reached into my pocket and brought out the chalk. It looked almost stupidly bright down there, the dull overhead light catching on the white dust. Simple, I whispered. Just an X. I pressed the chalk to the wall and drew a diagonal line down and to the right. The chalk squeaked faintly, leaving a crisp white stroke on the rough surface. I drew the second line crossing it, a little uneven because my hand had started to shake. When I was done, there it was, a small, rough X on the concrete, a child's mark in a place no child would ever see. The hum seemed to pulse once, a quick swell, like a heartbeat skipping. I slid my phone out with my other hand, thumb fumbling at the screen, and opened the camera. The light from the flashlight washed across the wall, the X standing out bright against the gray. I framed it with the tunnel mouth at the edge of the picture, the rust streak beneath, my own boot toe just barely in the bottom of the frame for reference, and snapped the shot. The shutter sound felt obscenely loud. As I capped the chalk with my thumb, rolling the little cardboard sleeve back over the stick, the hum spiked. It was almost like feedback, a sudden sharp jump in intensity that made the air around the tunnel feel thicker, heavier. The pitch rose just enough to set the small bones in my ears buzzing. It only lasted a second or two, then dropped back to its previous level, but that brief flare felt aware. Above me, a droplet of something dripped. It landed near my right shoe, darkening the concrete in a tiny, wet circle. I jerked my foot back, heart tripping over itself. I lifted the flashlight and scanned the ceiling. The pipes looked the same as always, streaks of rust, condensation here and there, junctions sweating faintly. But there was no active leak directly above the spot where the drop had landed. No steady drip, no obvious source. I looked back at the puddle near my boot. It was small, not enough to mean anything, but its timing made my scalp prickle. Okay, I whispered to no one, or to whatever was listening. Message received. I slid the chalk back into my pocket, pocketed my phone, and walked away without turning my back fully on the conduit. The hum stayed steady, neither chasing me nor fading, just filling the corridor like a low, patient breath. Upstairs, the station was still doing its impression of being normal. A guy in a hoodie had come in for a gas station burrito and was standing in front of the microwave, labeled buttons glowing around him. Mark was scrolling through his phone. The radio had found its way back to some forgettable song. I finished my shift with the usual gestures, counted the till, wiped the counters, ignored the faint coughs I thought I heard under the floor. When I finally got home and collapsed at my kitchen table, the first thing I did was open my photos. There it was, the X. Clear, crude, unmistakable, a white mark about 2 inches tall, slightly crooked, sitting above a rust streak beside a dark circle that looked like nothing on camera but a shadow. My boot toe in the frame, just as I remembered. I stared at that picture until my eyes hurt, memorizing every crack and stain around it. If anything changed, if any part of it shifted, I wanted to be able to prove it, to myself, if no one else. The next night, I went back. I told myself I would not. I told myself the whole experiment was childish. But as the clock slid past 2 again, and the station slipped into its strange, hollow quiet, I found my hand already moving toward the back door key, my legs already carrying me down the hall. Outside, the air felt exactly like the night before. Inside, the hum waiting under the hatch felt worse. The stairs clanged under my boots in the same sequence. The corridor greeted me with the same smell, the same faint drip. The conduit waited in the same black curve ahead. When the tunnel mouth came into view, my eyes went first to the wall beside it. The X was not gone, but it was no longer what I had drawn. The neat, if shaky, crossing lines I remembered had been smeared. The top half of the X still clung to the concrete, but the lower intersection had been dragged sideways, as if something had pressed against the chalk while it was still fresh and wiped its finger through it. The smudge did not go down. It went sideways, trailing toward the tunnel. A faint white streak stretched from the distorted X toward the edge of the round opening, thinning as it reached the curve, like whatever had made the mark had moved its touch toward the darkness and then pulled back. My throat went dry. I stepped closer, flashlight beam locked on the smear, heart pounding so hard it made my hands shake. The chalk dust in the streak was faint but undeniable, clinging to the tiny pits and roughness of the concrete in a way that random moisture could not have produced. I pulled out my phone with clumsy fingers and opened the photo from the night before. The before image stared back at me, a plain X, untouched, clean lines above the rust streak. I lowered the phone and looked at the wall again. X, dragged, with a white tail reaching toward the tunnel's lip. Back, forth, before, after. The mismatch sat in my brain like a stone. There was no airflow down there strong enough to do that. No natural drip pattern that would smudge chalk that way. No rats with a sense of composition. No cleaning crew. No one else with a piece of chalk and a reason to be in that corridor between my shifts. There was just me. And whatever had decided, it did not like my mark. The hum pressed against my back in that moment, as if the corridor itself leaned in. I stood there, alone, my hand on the phone, the picture of the untouched X glowing in my palm, the ruined mark inches from my face. For the first time since this started, I felt less like I was investigating something and more like I had poked it. It did not just know there was something on its wall. It knew I was trying to mark where it lived. 6.1 Going in alone. If Gary had not picked that night to lecture me, maybe I could have kept pretending this was still a choice. It was a Tuesday, I think. Those nights blur together now. The kind where the sky over the lot turns the same sick yellow as the sodium lights, and everything feels like it has been held on pause a couple seconds too long. I was behind the counter, scanning in a delivery of cigarettes and trying not to think about the X on the wall and the smear that did not make sense, when Gary came out of the office with a stack of papers and that look on his face. The look that meant a chat. "You got a minute?" he asked, which was his way of saying I didn't. I set the carton down. "Yeah." He planted his hands on the counter and leaned in. The overhead fluorescence made his skin look grayer than usual, like he had been living under them too long. "You've been off," he said, eyes flicking over my shoulder at nothing in particular. "Zoned out. Missing stuff. I got customer complaints about waiting at the counter while you're in back doing God knows what. Cameras show you just standing there sometimes." I felt a little jolt under my ribs. Standing where? By the cooler, by the back door, looking at the wall. He shrugged. "I don't care if you meditate or whatever, but not on my time. This place runs on thin margins. If corporate comes in and sees you staring into space, it's my ass too." He slid a printed schedule over the counter. Some of my overnights were crossed out. The pen strokes looked casual. They did not feel that way. "We're cutting hours," he said. "Busy season's over. Mark's got seniority. I'm trying to keep you both. But if I have to choose between the guy who moves like he wants to be here and the guy who looks like he's listening to music no one else can hear." He let that trail off. I swallowed. The idea of having more free time should have felt like a small blessing. Instead, it felt like someone had loosened the last bolt keeping me attached to anything that was not under the station. "I'm good," I said. "I can focus." "Then do it," he replied, tapping a finger on the counter. "This is a gas station, not a haunted house." He went back into his office, the door clicking shut behind him. I stood there with the schedule under my hands, the ink threatening to bleed if my palms got any sweatier, and realized that somewhere along the way, the tunnel had quietly become the only thing that felt like it mattered. My life, outside of that, was a set of repeating loops. Microwave dinners, secondhand furniture, half-slept days, bills paid just enough to keep the lights and Wi-Fi on. My friends had drifted off into marriages, kids, trade schools, or different states. My family sent occasional texts about weddings I did not attend. But the hum? The hatch? The X that someone had wiped away? Those things responded when I poked them. That made them feel more real than anything else. It is not a good reason to do what I did next. It is just the real one. A decision settled over me sometime after 3 that morning. The way snow settles on a roof you know is already too weak. Quiet, but heavy. I stopped thinking in questions. I stopped replaying Eric's face in the corridor, or Daisy's growl, or the sound on the GoPro. My brain boiled it down to a single, dangerous sentence. I'm going to go all the way in. Not halfway, not to the mouth, not to the stairs. All the way to wherever that tunnel actually led. Then, maybe I could sleep like a normal person again. Or at least know what had been whispering in my walls. It was a stupid thought. It was also the clearest one I had had in weeks. I prepared for it like a man who wants to pretend he is not walking into something suicidal. On my next day off, I went to a big box store and bought a bright headlamp, the kind campers use when they pretend nature is their friend. I added a compact, high-lumen flashlight to my basket, the packaging promising blinding brightness, like that was a selling point. On the way to work that night, I stopped at a hardware store and picked up a pack of glow sticks, the thick industrial kind, not the party version. I slipped 3 of them into my jacket pocket, their plastic shells cool against my fingers. From home, I brought a fresh length of rope I'd bought from the same place. New, not Eric's engine hauler. I tied one end around my waist in a snug loop, double knotted, the rest coiled neatly in my backpack. My phone was fully charged, set to record audio and video the second I hit the button. I told myself this was documentation, not a suicide note. If you're waiting for me to say I told Mark, or left a message for someone explaining where I was going, you'll be disappointed. I did not want anyone trying to stop me, or worse, following. The night cooperated. Around 1, a light snow started again. Thin flakes that coated the lot in a damp crust and scared off the few remaining travelers. By 2:30, the pumps sat unused, the lot empty. The radio had faded into some late-night classic rock set that sounded like it had been looping the same 3 songs for an hour. Gary was long gone. Mark called in sick again. I was alone. I locked the front door and flipped the sign to closed for maintenance, something Gary had told us never to do unless we absolutely had to. I told myself I was doing inventory, checking the cooler, some excuse that would never hold up if anyone actually checked the cameras. The hallway to the back door felt even shorter than usual. The back chime bleated its one-note announcement as I pushed through. The night outside hit me like the blast from an open freezer, sharp, flat, unforgiving. The hatch waited by the dumpsters, a dark rectangle against the concrete. A light dusting of snow had formed a delicate outline around its edges, like someone had drawn a frame. The hum under it was not polite tonight. It was strong. Even before I touched the metal, I could feel it in my teeth, a low vibration that made my jaw want to clench. It rolled up the cinder block wall and through the soles of my boots, compressing the space around us into something smaller and thicker. I set my backpack down, pulled out the rope, and clipped a carabiner from the harness loop I'd improvised at my waist to a bracket near the hatch. It was not perfect, not anything a professional would sign off on, but it meant that if I panicked and tried to sprint, something else would have to let go first. The headlamp went on with a tight click, its beam cutting through the cold air. I clipped the smaller flashlight to my chest pocket, easy to grab if the headlamp went out. I cracked one of the glow sticks just enough to feel it flex, then stopped, saving it for when I needed a marker. Then I pulled the hatch open. The groan of the hinges sounded louder than ever, echoing off the dumpsters and the fence. Warm, damp air blasted up into my face, carrying that familiar smell of wet concrete, dust, and something else beneath it. Something faintly organic, like the ghost of mildew in a long-closed room. I started down the metal stairs. They were slick with condensation, the chill of the metal biting through my boots. My hand slid along the railing, fingers squeaking against it every few steps. The headlamp's beam bounced, making the walls lurch closer and farther away with each clank of my footfalls. The hum intensified as I descended, winding up my spine, wrapping itself around my ribs. By the time I hit the bottom, it felt like I was standing inside someone's chest. The corridor stretched ahead, just as I remembered. Pipes overhead, streaks of rust, shallow puddles shivering slightly under the headlamp. But the temperature was off. It was warmer than it should have been for a concrete tunnel in winter, the kind of close heat you get in small engine rooms or crowded basements. The air felt used. I walked forward, rope trailing behind me, picking up bits of moisture and dust. Each step sent small ripples through the puddles, each ripple sinking or not sinking with the pulse of the hum. When the curve in the corridor brought the conduit into view, I stopped. Not because of the tunnel. I already knew what that looked like in this light. Round, black, impossibly still. I stopped because of the wall opposite it. Directly across from the tunnel mouth, on the concrete facing it, was a faint mark. Not bright like chalk at first sight. It was subtle, as if it had bloomed from within the wall rather than being drawn on top of it. But as I stepped closer, the shape resolved itself into something that made my skin go cold. An X. It was pale, chalky, the color of dust that had been pushed outward from inside the concrete. The lines were not as crisp as mine had been. They were blurred, like something had pressed against the wall from the other side and left a residue where the pressure had been greatest. It sat at the same height, same rough position, as the original X I had drawn next to the tunnel days before. If you folded the corridor in half down its middle, the two marks would have kissed. I turned my head, slowly, to look at my own X, the one I had watched get smeared. It was still there, distorted, with its little white tail leading toward the round mouth of the tunnel, like a finger dragged sideways. Across from it, the new X stared back, softer and hazier, as if the wall itself had decided to mirror my mark. The hum swelled in my ears, filling them until it felt like my own blood was making the sound. On paper, I know how this sounds. A chalk X, a smudge, a coincidence of stains. In that corridor, with the air too warm and the rope a cold weight around my waist and the tunnel breathing its low note into my bones, it felt like something else entirely. It felt like whatever was down there had pressed itself against the inside of the far wall and leaned, hard enough to leave a shape behind. You marked me, it seemed to say. Now I've marked back. 6.2. The chamber. There is a particular kind of stupidity that only shows up when you are already on your knees and too far in to turn around. That is what I kept thinking about as I slid into the conduit. I went in feet first, then twisted onto my stomach so I could lead with my hands. The mouth of the tunnel was just wide enough for my shoulders if I angled them right. Concrete scraped my jacket as I eased forward, rope paying out behind me in slow, grudging inches. After the first few feet, the world shrank down to exactly three things: the circle of my headlamp, the rough curve of the concrete around me, and the sound of my own breathing. My arms were mostly pinned along my sides. I could bend my elbows a little, enough to pull forward in short, ugly jerks, fingers dragging along the tunnel floor, finding purchase where the concrete was roughest. My knees slid and bumped, kneecaps protesting every ridge. The top of the conduit hovered inches over my back. When I lifted my head too much, my helmet scraped the concrete with a hollow, teeth-on-edge skirk. I learned quickly to keep my neck at an uncomfortable angle to avoid that sound, even though it made my shoulders ache. Every breath I took came back to me. The tunnel caught the air leaving my lungs and bounced it forward, then backward, so I heard each inhale and exhale twice, once in my chest, once again a half second later from somewhere near my ears. It was like sharing a body with someone else, like listening to a second set of lungs pretending to be mine. The hum threaded through all of it. Back in the corridor, it had been a low, steady presence. Inside the conduit, it was almost a touch. It vibrated through my ribs, up through my jaw, into the back of my skull. The concrete seemed to carry it better than air, humming along with it like a tuning fork. The deeper I went, the louder it got, but it was not just a straight climb in volume. It changed shape. At first, it was that familiar held note. But as I crawled, little breaks started appearing in it. Tiny gaps, fractions of a second where the hum stuttered, went silent, then resumed. In some of those gaps, something else slipped through. A soft, wet-sounding inhalation, distant but distinct, as if the tunnel itself had to pause occasionally to catch its breath. The smell changed with the sound. Near the entrance, the air still had some hint of the outside. Cold, faintly metallic, carrying the ghost of gasoline and wet asphalt. The farther I crawled, the more those notes faded. What replaced them was older. The air grew stale, warmer than it had any right to be inside concrete. The dust had a taste, bitter and dry, coating the back of my throat. Under that, faint but persistent, was something rotten, not sharp like fresh decay, more like the memory of it. The way a closed-up basement smells years after something has been taken out, and you cannot say exactly what it was, just that it had once been alive. I tried not to think about that. I focused on the mechanics. Pull, slide, pull, slide. Knees, toes, fingers. Rope scraping softly behind me. At some point, the tunnel bent. I could feel the curve in the way my body had to twist a little more to keep going. The headlamp beams scraped along the right-hand wall, then swung left. For a moment, the hum seemed to lean into that bend, concentrating against my left side like it was pressing its mouth to my ear. "Keep going," I muttered to myself, though my voice came out thin and strange in the cramped space. I do not know how long I crawled. Time compresses in those conditions. It could have been 2 minutes or 10. My shoulders burned. My knees felt like someone had replaced the skin with sandpaper. My breath got louder, more ragged, the echoes piling up around my head until it felt like there were 4 or 5 of me panting in there. Then the concrete under my palms changed. It shifted from the gritty feel of the tunnel floor to something smoother, like a slab that had been poured separately. My fingertips slid across a slight ridge, and suddenly my hands were not touching a curve anymore, but a straight edge. The conduit widened. Another couple of shoves and my headlamp spilled light into a space that was not just a tube. The ceiling lifted by a foot or 2. The walls pulled back. I hauled myself forward one last time and slid out into a low, square room. I lay there for a second, half in and half out of the conduit, my body grateful for the extra inches of air. Then I pulled my legs free of the tunnel and pushed myself up onto my elbows. The chamber was not big, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, the ceiling low enough that I would have had to stoop if I tried to stand. The walls were poured concrete, stained with dark vertical streaks where water had once found paths down from somewhere above. Old leaks had left fan-shaped patterns, like ghost ferns dried into the gray. Rusty metal brackets jutted from the walls where pipes had probably once been anchored. A few short, capped stubs of pipe stuck out like broken fingers, crusted around their edges. In one corner, half sunk in shadow, stood a folding metal chair. Its paint had long since surrendered to rust, orange-brown eating up the legs and back. One of the legs was bent slightly inward, giving the impression that if anyone sat on it now, it would collapse. Mounted on the wall above the chair, at about face height, was an old rotary phone. It looked wrong down there, wrong in a way that had nothing to do with age. The plastic was yellowed, the numbers on the dial almost worn away, the metal of the cradle tarnished. The handset was off the hook, hanging askew by a cord that had snapped halfway down, the loose end dangling uselessly. A thin line of dust traced the outline where it had once rested properly. The floor of the chamber was not level. It sloped slightly toward the center, where a large round metal cover sat in a recessed circle. It was like an oversized manhole lid, set flush with the floor in a shallow depression. The metal did not shine. It absorbed the light, a dark, matte disc maybe 3 feet across. The outer rim had bolts spaced around it, caked in grime. The seam between cover and concrete was a thin, black ring. My boots vibrated on it even before I stepped closer. The hum was strongest here. You could feel it more than hear it, a deep, slow pulse rising up through the soles of my shoes and into my bones. The metal cover resonated like the top of a speaker, every beat of that low note turning it into a diaphragm. I reached into my pocket with shaky fingers and cracked one of the glow sticks. The plastic tube flexed, then snapped inside with a soft crunch. Sickly green light bloomed, spreading from the center to both ends. I shook it once out of habit, then set it gently on the floor near the edge of the round cover. The chamber shifted into 2 colors, the harsh white of my headlamp and the murky green pool from the glow stick. Shadows doubled, layered in overlapping tones. The walls took on an underwater look, damp stains turning into something like algae in the green wash. The metal cover looked worse in that light. The faint texture of old scuffs and scrapes on its surface became more visible, like someone had dragged heavy things across it and then never cleaned it. The glow stick's light caught on small imperfections and made them seem deeper than they were, as if there were little dents from the inside pushing up. The hum surged again, just enough to make the glow stick rattle a fraction of an inch where it lay. I tore my eyes away from the cover and let the headlamp swing around the room, telling myself I was being thorough, not stalling. The beam landed on the wall above the chair. There, in the washed-out white of the LED and the green bleed from below, I saw my own handwriting. Not literally mine, but close enough that my brain refused to categorize it as anything else at first. An X marked the concrete just above where the top of someone's head would be if they sat in the chair. It was drawn in faint, chalky white, the lines cleaner than the smeared one in the corridor. About the same size as the X I'd made, same quick, slightly crooked angle to the strokes. Beneath it, in shaky, almost hesitant letters, was a single word: heard. The chalk had faded, but the letters were still just legible. The H leaned a little to the right. The E's middle line was shorter than the others, like someone had written it in a hurry. The A sat slightly lower, the R cramped, the D trailing off. I walked closer because apparently I did not know how to do anything else. The dust on the floor of the chamber was undisturbed. My own drag marks from crawling in were the only new trails. No old footprints. No scuffs around the chair. No signs that someone had been down there recently and leaned in to write on the wall. The chair's legs sat in small, hard rings of grime, like they had not moved in years. The phone's broken cord was draped over its own dust shadow. Whoever had drawn that X and written that word had done it long enough ago for the chalk to begin to sink into the wall, but not long enough for time to erase it completely. The hum under the cover kept pulsing, each wave of vibration climbing into my legs, up my spine, the same way it had in my apartment, my car, my head. The same frequency that had started to curl my dreams into shapes that sounded like my name. Heard. The word sat there on the concrete like a verdict. Not help, not run, not door or down. Just that. Heard. Past tense. I realized then that I was not the first person to crawl down that tunnel and stand in that small, hot, square room, listening to the vibration under the round cover. and trying to decide if it was real. Someone else had gotten here before me, and they had felt the need to leave a message for whoever came next. 6.3. Pulled back. Standing in that cramped concrete box, staring at the word "heard" above the rusted chair, I felt something colder than fear settle into me. It was the realization that I was not special. Someone else had crawled through that same suffocating tunnel, dragged their knees over the same ridges in the concrete, and emerged into this chamber with the same terrible curiosity vibrating under their skin. They had stood where I was standing, felt the hum roll up through their boots, looked at that round metal cover, and made a decision. They had listened. That single word on the wall, "heard," was too neat to be an accident. It was not a name or a date. It was not a warning in the way we usually mean warning. It was more like an admission. I heard it. And under that, implied but not written, it heard me. The hum under the cover shifted, as if to underline the thought. What had been a steady, low vibration began to thicken. The tone flattened, widened, like someone was pressing a hand down on a drumhead from below. Each pulse grew heavier, slower, less like a simple note and more like a dull, heavy pounding. The kind you feel in your chest when you are standing too close to a subwoofer. It reminded me, horribly, of a heartbeat. Not a healthy one. A sluggish, dragging thud, too slow and too forceful at the same time, reverberating up through the metal into my bones. Every few beats, a different sound scraped up through the cover. A metallic grind, faint but unmistakable, as if something solid and rough brushed against the underside of the lid, testing it. The noise set my teeth on edge, like a fork being dragged along the bottom of a pan in another room. My headlamp beam trembled on the cover's surface. The glow stick's green light pooled around it, making each tiny tremor of the metal look like a ripple on the skin of something alive. I took one involuntary step closer. The pounding got stronger. The air seemed to tighten around my ears, the pressure building just enough to make them want to pop. My own heartbeat tried to sync with the thing below and failed, tripping over itself. For a moment, just a moment, I pictured myself kneeling down and pressing my ear flat against the cold metal, listening the way you listen at a bedroom door when you are a kid and the adults are whispering on the other side. I imagined what it would sound like with my skull acting as the conduit. The thought made my stomach twist. I did not know what was under that cover. A shaft? An old sump pit? A deeper chamber? The half-finished grave of whatever had been humming in my head for weeks? I did know what would happen if that lid moved while I was standing over it. Fight or flight finally picked a side. Every instinct in me that had been dulled by repetition and lack of sleep suddenly snapped awake. They all screamed the same thing. Leave. Not study, not document, not crack open the lid for the views. Just get out of that room and put concrete and distance between myself and the sound. The word on the wall, "heard," stared back at me as I backed away. It felt less like a message for me and more like something meant for the thing under the cover. A note pinned to a closed door. You are not alone down here. My boots brushed the glow stick, sending it rolling a few inches, its green light smearing across the floor. The hum flared once, like an annoyed muscle twitch, then settled back into its grinding rhythm. I turned toward the conduit and felt the air change. It is hard to describe. The temperature did not shift much. The smell stayed the same. Dust, rust, the faint ghost of rot. But the pressure nudged higher, a subtle push inside my skull. My ears popped delicately, like they do when an elevator climbs too fast or a plane descends. Behind me, the pounding under the cover picked up, half a beat faster now, as if whatever made it had lurched closer. I did not look back. The round mouth of the tunnel seemed smaller than when I had crawled out of it. My headlamp beam stabbed into its throat and disappeared after a few feet, swallowed by the curve. The rope tied around my waist snaked into the darkness beyond. One last connection to the corridor and the hatch, and whatever passed for normal life above. I dropped to my knees, then onto my stomach, and shoved myself into the conduit head first. The concrete hugged me immediately, pressing in on my shoulders and hips. I pulled with my forearms, pushed with my toes, the movements awkward and jerky. My jacket snagged on some rough patch, then tore free with a hiss. My helmet thumped the top of the tunnel and sent little shards of pain down my neck. Behind me, the hum swelled. It was harder to distinguish where it came from now. Under the chamber, through the walls, up through the floor. The pounding blurred into the sound of my own heart, and then separated again, deeper and slower. The air in the tunnel felt thicker than before, warmer. Each breath tasted like someone else had already used it. The smell of dust and old water filled my mouth, my nose, my eyes, until I wanted to cough and could not afford to. All I could see was the small cone of light from my headlamp illuminating the next 2 feet of curved concrete. All I could hear was the scraping of my own clothing, my own breath echoing back, and, under it, the low, dragging rhythm below. I had made it maybe halfway when the rope changed. Until that moment, it had been a neutral presence. Weight trailing behind me, slack bumping along the floor, occasionally tugging when it caught on something. I had been so focused on not getting stuck that I almost forgot it was there. Then the line at my waist tightened. At first it was gentle, just enough for me to feel the loop snug around my lower back. I thought it had snagged on a jut of concrete or an old bracket. I paused, panting, elbows dug into the floor, and gave a small wiggle to loosen it. The rope went taut. The next pull was not gentle. It yanked me backwards so hard my chest slammed into the rough tunnel floor. The impact punched the air out of my lungs in a choked grunt. My helmet cracked against the concrete above, sending a burst of white across my vision. My teeth clicked together, biting my tongue. For a moment, my body did not know which way was forward. The rope dug into my waist, the knot biting. The force pulling me back felt nothing like the hesitant drag of a snagged line. It was constant, steady, like a hand had closed around the far end and was walking itself backward, one slow step at a time. The tunnel around me felt smaller, suddenly. The concrete on either side of my ribs might as well have been carved to fit. My arms were pinned at just the wrong angle for leverage. "No!" I tried to shout, but it came out as more air than word. My flashlight, the small one clipped to my chest pocket, had been knocked loose when I hit the floor. It tumbled forward, bounced once, and rolled a little farther down the tunnel. The headlamp beam swung wildly with my head, painting crazed circles on the concrete. Behind me, the rope creaked, the fibers groaning under the strain. The pull did not jerk now. It dragged, a constant backward pressure, grinding my body over the floor an inch at a time. The tunnel did not care which direction I went. It scraped skin off my knuckles just as easily in reverse. Panic came on, not as screaming hysteria, but as a cold, focused clarity. I was wedged in a concrete pipe underground, being pulled toward the thing I had just decided I never wanted to see up close, tied to it by a line I had put on myself. No one knew I was here. There was no angle in that math where this ended well. I dug my fingers into the rough floor, nails scraping. I pushed with my toes, trying to drive myself forward, opposite the pull. Every muscle in my back and shoulders lit up with effort. The tunnel pressed against my chest, made each breath shorter. For a second, I did not move at all. My body hung between two forces, my own desperate, clumsy crawl and whatever was on the other end of the line. The rope cut deeper into my waist, and I could feel individual strands biting into the fabric and skin. My knees found a slightly rougher patch of concrete. I pushed off from it, got maybe half an inch. The rope answered by tightening further, the knot grinding. "Move," I whispered to myself, the sound barely audible over my breathing. "Move, move, move!" I clawed at the floor, skin tore on my fingertips. I barely felt it. The tunnel's curve scraped along my shoulder blades. My helmet banged again. My world narrowed to the next 6 inches. Behind me, the rope strained. I heard the fibers twist, a low, awful sound like muscles about to tear. Whatever held the other end felt heavy, heavier than just the rope's own weight, heavier than a snag. That last thought almost undid me. I kicked harder, toes slipping, finding purchase, slipping again. My elbows protested. My chest burned. The air seemed to thicken into syrup. Just when I felt something in my back give in, not a break, but that desperate sag of a body that cannot fight anymore, the tension snapped, not the rope, the pull. 1 second it was there, grinding me backward. The next, it was gone. The line at my waist suddenly went slack, the knot loosening a fraction. The sudden lack of resistance threw me forward. My chin smacked the floor, pain spiking through my jaw. From the chamber behind me came one last sound. A long, drawn-out scrape echoed up the tunnel. It was deeper than the earlier metallic brushes, heavier, like something substantial was sliding along the floor and then away, its mass dragging across the concrete in slow resignation. The hum flared once, a thick, throbbing pulse that made the tunnel walls shiver, then settled into a lower register, as if whatever had been reaching had let go. I did not wait to see if it changed its mind. The sudden slack in the rope gave me all the excuse I needed. I shoved forward, burning everything I had left, scraping my knees and elbows raw. The headlamp beam jittered, catching glimpses of the tunnel's mouth. Still a circle, but getting wider now. Wider. My hands hit the small ridge where conduit met corridor. I surged toward it, scraping my ribs on the edge, and then I was out, spilling onto the service corridor floor in an ugly tangle of limbs and rope. I lay there on my back, sucking in air like someone who had nearly drowned, my chest heaving, headlamp stabbing light at the sweating pipes above. Every breath tasted like concrete dust and my own panic. The hum was still there, under the floor, under everything. But it was farther away now, muffled, like someone had closed a door. I rolled onto my side and saw the rope trailing from my waist, back into the tunnel, disappearing into the dark like a cut umbilical cord. For the first time since I started down the stairs that night, the thought formed in my mind fully, without static. This thing was not just under the asphalt anymore. It had tried to pull me closer. 7.1, sealed from above. I do not remember climbing the stairs. 1 second I was on the corridor floor next to the tunnel mouth, lungs clawing at the air, rope trailing off me like something cut away from a bigger machine. The next, I was stumbling up the metal steps, boots slipping on condensation, headlamp beams slashing crazily against the walls. The hum followed, thinner with each step but still there, like someone yelling underwater as you swim away. I swear, just before I reached the hatch, there was one last, slow thud from somewhere below, as if something heavy had settled back into place. I hit the underside of the hatch with my shoulder harder than I meant to. The metal banged, echoing through the small stairwell. I shoved it up, hinges screaming, and scrambled out into the cold. The air outside slapped my face, sharp and clean compared to what I had been breathing. The lot lights turned everything flat and orange. Snow from earlier had mostly melted, leaving slick patches on the concrete. The dumpsters loomed, damp and dark. The hum was still in my bones, but up here it was faint, literally buried. I grabbed the hatch with trembling hands and slammed it shut. The sound rang across the back lot, a hollow, final clang. For a second, I just stood there, palms pressed against the metal, as if my weight alone could keep it down. My fingers buzzed, whether from adrenaline or leftover vibration, I could not tell. Then I went looking for something bigger than my hands. The nearest dumpster was on rusty wheels. It should not have been easy to move, especially not with my muscles already shaking. But terror makes strange compromises with physics. I grabbed the side handle and yanked. The dumpster resisted at first, squealing softly as its wheels grudged over the damp concrete. Then, inch by inch, it began to roll. The inside stank of rot and old oil, but the smell barely registered. I dragged it until it was directly in front of the hatch. Heavy metal body blocking the panel completely. It was not a real seal. If someone wanted to open the hatch, they could move the dumpster again. But in that moment, with my arms burning and my heart still trying to crawl out of my throat, it felt like the best I could do. Like pushing a dresser in front of a bedroom door when you are a kid and afraid of what might stand in the hallway. I stood there for a few seconds, bent double, hands on my knees, breath smoking the air. The back door's fluorescent light painted a thin rectangle across the concrete. The rest of the world felt far away. Eventually, autopilot kicked in. I went back inside. The back chime dinged overhead like nothing had happened. The hallway smelled like old coffee and cleaning chemicals. The front of the store glowed in its usual too bright way, aisles neat, coolers humming. I finished my shift, or at least my body did. My hands rang up customers, pulled smokes from the wall, gave change. My mouth said the words it always said. Have a good one. Need a receipt? Pump 3. My eyes probably tracked people as they came and went. I have no memory of anyone's face. What I remember instead are the voices. A woman asking for a pack of Marlboros sounded like she was talking through a fan, her words cut into pieces by the buzzing in my ears. A kid buying an energy drink dragged his consonants in a way that made each word feel like it was being stretched, pulled almost into a tone. The mechanical sounds of the store felt wrong too. The cooler's hum, the ice machine's chunk and whir, the soft rattle of the HVAC vents. They were all thinner than they should have been, like flat recordings of the real thing. It was not that the hum from below had vanished. It was that every other noise seemed flimsy next to what I had just felt under that round cover. The world upstairs sounded like a cheap speaker after you have stood next to a live amp. By the time my replacement finally arrived, my nerves were stretched so tight I could feel the fabric of my shirt at every point where it touched my skin. I clicked out, mumbled something about not feeling great, and went home like a person on a conveyor belt. Sleep that day was not sleep so much as a shutdown. I fell into bed without even turning off the light. Every time I surfaced toward consciousness, I felt a phantom tug at my waist, like the rope was still there. I went back to work the next night anyway. If you are wondering why, you have never worked a job where the pay is just enough to keep you from quitting. I pulled into the lot just before midnight and immediately noticed something off out back. The dumpster I had shoved in front of the hatch was no longer blocking it. It sat several feet away, at its usual weird diagonal angle, like someone had rolled it back into its designated place without thinking about who had moved it or why. A white utility truck was parked near the rear fence, engine off. The logo on the door was the city's. An orange cone sat behind one of the rear tires, like an afterthought. Yellow caution tape crisscrossed the concrete around the hatch area, looped from a pipe on the wall to the fence and back again. The hatch itself was closed, its surface scraped clean of footprints and smears. My stomach dropped. I stepped inside through the employee entrance, heart thudding, and found Gary near the coffee station, sorting paperwork with his usual frown. "You see the truck out back?" I asked, keeping my voice casual because I did not know how not to. "Yeah," he said, barely glancing up. "Couple guys from the city came by this afternoon. Said something about old utility access not being up to code." He mimed quotation marks around the last part with 2 fingers, like the phrase personally offended him. My mouth went dry. "They went down there?" He shrugged. "Did their thing? I don't know. I'm not their supervisor. One of them came in, asked how often we use that hatch. I told him never, which is true, as far as corporate's concerned." He shuffled the papers, then tapped the edge against the counter to square them. "They said they resealed it and changed the lock. Told me we're not supposed to mess with it. Liability, blah blah. Works for me. Last thing I need is some inspector falling down a hole and suing." He said it like it was nothing, like it was just another checkbox on his list of things that might cost the store money. What kind of lock?" I heard myself ask too quickly. Gary gave me a look. "The kind you do not have a key for," he said. "And before you get any bright ideas about going down there with your little ghost hunting club again, don't. I like you, but not enough to fill out the incident report when the city finds you stuck in a pipe." He went back to his papers, conversation over in his mind. On my first break, I went out back. The utility truck was gone. The tape still flapped in the slight breeze, edges snapping softly against the wall. The lot lights painted the caution strip a sickly yellow. The hatch sat in the middle of it, metal surface scuffed but intact. Where the old broken latch had been, there was now a new, heavy-duty lock assembly, a thick steel hasp bolted into the concrete, holding a closed shackle padlock that looked like it could shrug off a hammer. I stepped over the tape. My heartbeat ticked at the base of my throat, out of proportion with what I was doing. I crouched, careful not to let my knees leave marks in the thin film of grime around the edge, and leaned down until my ear was almost touching the cold metal. I held my breath. Nothing. No hum. No vibration. No faint, reassuring thrum. No low note creeping up through my jaw. Just the noise of the back lot, distant highway, a passing car on the access road, the buzz of the nearby floodlight, the subtle hiss of my own blood in my ears, waiting for something to sync with. For the first time since I had started at that station, the hatch was just a hatch. I stayed like that longer than I should have, ear pressed to the metal, as if patience alone would coax the sound back. My cheek chilled against the cold surface. My fingers went numb where they rested on the rim. Nothing. I straightened up, the movement feeling heavier than it should have. The caution tape rustled. Somewhere inside the building, the back door chime dinged, reminding me that I was still on the clock. I went back in. That night at my apartment was the quietest night of my life. Not in any objective way. The AC in the bedroom still hummed on its low setting, blowing lukewarm air across the sheets. The refrigerator still cycled, its compressor rattling through its usual pattern. Cars still went by outside, tires hissing on asphalt. A neighbor upstairs walked across their floor at one point, the ceiling creaking in the familiar places. But under all of that, where there had always been a low, persistent vibration, something I had stopped hearing unless I focused on it, there was absence. The silence was not pure. It was worse. It was like the outline of a sound that used to be there. The negative space where the hum should have been. I lay on my back in bed, staring at the ceiling, AC whispering above me, and realized I was waiting. I was waiting for it to come back the way you wait for a train you have heard every night at the same time for years. You do not look at the schedule. You just feel the minute when the tracks should start humming, and you instinctively brace for the distant horn. The minute passed, then another. The AC turned off with a soft click. The fridge paused between cycles. For a heartbeat, the apartment dropped into near total mechanical silence. Nothing rose up to fill it. No low note from the walls. No phantom vibration in my jaw. No sense of something pressing against the underside of the floor. The quiet pressed down on my eardrums until they hurt. The absence itself had weight. I should have felt relief. For weeks I had been telling myself that what I wanted more than anything was for the hum to stop. For the sound to prove itself mechanical, mundane, fixable. For someone from the city to come out, look at some failing piece of infrastructure, shake their head, and repair it into normalcy. They had come. They had done whatever they had done. The hum was gone. Instead of relief, I felt wrong. Like a tooth had been pulled, the kind that had been aching for so long, you had forgotten what it felt like not to have it. And then suddenly it was gone, leaving behind a raw, hollow, phantom ache your tongue kept prodding. I lay there in the dark, listening to the weak, ordinary sounds of my life, and missed a noise I had spent weeks trying to escape. 7.2. The recordings and the vent I did not quit right away. You would think that after almost being dragged back into a concrete throat by my own rope and then watching the city slap a lock on the hatch like a lid on a coffin, I would have walked. But habit is a kind of gravity. It took a few weeks before I managed to break orbit. Gary cut more of my shifts. Scheduling conflicts, he called it, when he printed the new roster. Translation, he preferred the guy who did not look like he had seen something under the floor. The fewer nights I spent at the station, the more the rest of my life started to look like a room after a body has been removed. All the outlines still there, but nothing in them. One afternoon, after waking up from another thin, dreamless sleep, I sat on the edge of my bed and realized I did not have a single good reason to keep going back. The hatch was sealed. The city had declared the problem handled. The hum was gone from the store. I told Gary I had other opportunities. He shrugged in a way that said he had expected this and already had someone in mind to replace me. There was no dramatic scene, no begging, no accusations. Just a signature on a form and a casual, good luck man, as if I were leaving a movie halfway through. The first night I did not have to go in. I did not know what to do with myself. The clock ticked past midnight. My body waited for the part of the evening where I would get in the car, drive to the station, and put on my fluorescent name tag. Instead, I sat at my kitchen table in the dim light of the overhead fixture. Laptop open, phone plugged in, a blank document staring back at me. The silence still had that hollow, post-hum ache. If I was not going to stand behind a counter and wait for the sound to sneak back under my feet, I was going to at least look at what I had brought home with me. I had not realized how much there was until I pulled it all together. Photos of the hatch from different nights, short clips inside the corridor, where I had pretended to be checking pipes, but really been recording the sound. The file from the night we took Daisy down, the GoPro footage from Eric's crawl, which I had secretly backed up before Gary wiped the store's local drives. The newer videos from my own descent, little pieces of the same obsession scattered across my phone and hard drive. I started with the most recent one. The video from my night in the chamber. The file sat on my desktop with a name my phone had given it. Just a string of numbers and letters, as dispassionate as a tag on a toe. I clicked it open in my media player and hit play. The first minutes were exactly what I remembered, in the way that cameras always flatten reality. The headlamp beam bouncing across the corridor walls. My own breathing, loud and embarrassingly strained. My whispered cursing when I banged my shoulder. Then the transition into the tunnel, the flashlight catching the lip of the conduit, the view compressing into curved concrete and nothing else. My grunts, the scrape of fabric and gear, the occasional clack of my helmet. The mic struggled in there. The sound distorted, my breaths peaking the levels so the hum underneath became more of a rumble than a note. Still, I could hear it if I knew what to listen for. I watched the little progress bar crawl forward as I crawled. I remembered exactly when I had slid out into the chamber, the moment my hands hit the smoother floor, the slight lift of the ceiling, the sight of the chair, the phone, the cover. The video did not make it that far. At some point, later than halfway through the recording, but earlier than the moment I emerged, the picture froze on an indistinct frame of tunnel wall. The audio kept going for another second or two, a gasping inhale from me, a low swell of the hum. Then everything went black. Not a smooth fade, not a battery dying, just nothing. A hard cutoff. The rest of the file was empty space. Silence. I scrubbed back and forth, hoping it was just a playback glitch. But the timeline stayed dead after that point. The metadata said the clip was over 20 minutes long. Only 10 of those played. It was not a shock, exactly. It was more like a confirmation of something I had already known on some level. Whatever was down there did not want a clear picture taken. I went back to an earlier clip, from a night in the corridor when I had held my phone low, camera angled at the conduit mouth, pretending to be checking a leak while audio recorded in my pocket. The video showed mostly my boots, the glint of the tunnel's edge, my hand occasionally dipping into frame. The audio was better this time, closer, quieter. My own breath, a little faster than I would have liked. The faint drip of water somewhere off to the left. The hum riding under everything, steady and low. Nothing you could point to as proof. I checked the photos. The X in the hallway, bright and unsmeared. The smeared version the next night. The shot of the mirrored X on the opposite wall. Saved, sure. But photos are easy to fake. Easy not to believe in the morning light. What I needed, if I was being honest with myself, was not proof for other people. I needed to know that I had not invented the sound. Buried in a folder I had almost forgotten, I found a standalone audio file from weeks before my crawl, the night I had first started trying to record the hum without going downstairs. The timestamp said it was from just after 3 in the morning. I remembered standing near the back hatch, phone on the cinder block ledge, recording while I pretended to be stacking boxes. I grabbed my headphones from the counter, untangled the cable with hands that had started to shake a little, and plugged them in. The world shrank down to the soft press of foam around my ears and the glow of the laptop screen. I hit play. At first, it was just store noise, a cooler compressor cycling, a faint snippet of radio music from somewhere deeper in the building. My own footsteps at one point, the muffled clack of the back door as I came and went. Somebody, probably Mark, laughing faintly in the distance. Then the recording hit a section of near silence, not literal silence, but the soft hush of a room taking a breath. The fridge between cycles, the radio between songs. No doors opening, no fans kicking on, just a thin hiss of the mic's own noise floor. Then, from somewhere below the mic's position, the hum came in. Rich, low, clearer than I remembered. On headphones, it filled the space between my ears in a way the store's actual acoustics never had. It sat at a frequency that made it hard to tell whether I was hearing it or feeling it. The waveform on the screen rolled like the slow swell of a wave. Under it, after a few seconds, another sound crept in. At first, I thought it was just distortion, little bumps in the hum, faint peaks. But as I listened closer, I heard a rhythm that did not match the main tone. It sounded like breathing, not healthy breathing, not the steady in-out of someone asleep. This was staggered, uneven. Each inhale dragged slightly, as if the air had to fight through something thick. The exhales were shorter, wet at the edges, like someone trying not to cough. It was not mine. I knew what I sounded like through that mic. This was deeper, damp, coming from farther away. The hum and the breathing were not synced. They crossed over each other in strange ways, sometimes lining up, sometimes drifting apart, like two tracks layered without a metronome. I replayed that section again and again, backing up and looping, until I had the timing memorized. Hum swell, wet inhale, pause, dragged exhale, hum drop, another inhale. On maybe the fifth listen, something in my actual apartment changed. My bathroom vent clicked on. It should not have. The switch was off. I could see it from where I sat, small, white, firmly in the down position. The fan itself, installed in the ceiling above the shower, was old and weak, more noise than function. When it ran, it made a thin, reedy whir like a cheap toy motor. That was the sound it made now, faint through the bathroom door. A weak, circular whisper of blades turning. I froze, headphones still on, the hum and the staggered breathing continuing in my ears. Under the vent's tiny fan noise, I heard something else. A hum. Not loud, not as rich as the recording. But the shape of it was the same. The same slow, low pulse, just a little higher in pitch, as if it had to squeeze through smaller spaces. It was slightly out of sync with the recording. In the headphones, the hum rolled in its slow wave. From the bathroom, the other version lagged behind by half a second, like a delayed echo coming from farther down a hallway. The two tracks overlapped, blurred, occasionally syncing for a beat, and then drifting apart again. My hands went cold. I reached over and hit pause on the laptop. The recorded hum stopped. The bathroom vent kept going. The hum under it wobbled, then steadied, no longer trying to keep time with anything but itself. The fan ticked, a faint mechanical complaint. The hum used it the way it had used my building's pipes, the station's coolers, the tunnel's concrete, as a carrier. I stood up slowly, the chair legs scraping the floor. The sound in the bathroom did not falter. The switch by the door was still off when I stepped into the narrow hallway. My fingers hovered over it for a second, then flicked it up and down anyway, like maybe the wiring had some secret position I had forgotten. The fan stuttered mid-whir and stopped. The hum did not. For one extra second, 2 heartbeats at most, it hung in the air by itself. Bare, unmasked. No machine to hide inside. Then it faded, slipping back into whatever space it used when it was not riding on walls and vents and floor tiles. The silence that followed was both too quiet and not quiet enough. It felt less like the sound had come from the vent, and more like the vent had given it an excuse to surface. The way a song you have been humming in your head finally leaks out when you step into a room where music is already playing. I stood there in the dim hallway of my apartment, one hand still on the useless switch, listening to nothing, and understood something I wish I never had. Sealing the hatch had not killed the hum. It had just pushed it to look for other ways up. 7.3, the 1 second tonight. Right now, I am exactly where I told you I would be. Small kitchen table, 1-bedroom apartment, Columbus, Ohio. The clock on the stove to my left says 12:23 a.m. in soft, sickly green numbers. The paint on the wall behind it is a cheap off-white that always looks a little dirty, no matter how many times I wipe it. The overhead light is too bright for this hour, buzzing faintly, making the laminate on the table shine like fake wood soaked in milk. My laptop sits in front of me, lid angled just enough that the glow of the screen spills over my hands. The cursor blinks at the bottom of this email like it is impatient, like it has somewhere more important to be. The fridge is humming to my right, a low, familiar chug that I've learned the rhythm of. It rattles once every few minutes, a tiny internal cough, then keeps going. The apartment's AC unit is on the wall by the window, exhaling a thin stream of cool air that smells faintly like dust in the hallway outside. Through the glass, I can see the orange glow of a streetlight. A car goes by every now and then, tires hissing on damp pavement. Somewhere above me, the neighbor's TV is running some sitcom rerun. The canned laugh track leaks down through the ceiling in muffled bursts, a crowd of people reacting to jokes I cannot hear. If you had walked in without knowing anything, it would look like any other boring, late-night scene. Guy at a table, old appliances, cheap place, a little too much quiet. You already know better. I told you at the start that this is not for the police. They got a version of some of it, the parts that made sense. They got the reports about noise complaints and structural concerns, the visit from the city, the locked hatch. They did not get the tunnel. They did not get the word on the wall. I told you this is not for a therapist either. I tried that once. You cannot bill enough hours to get someone to believe the sound in my vents followed me home. That leaves you. A horror channel with a P.O. box and a Gmail address and a playlist full of stories from people like me who can tell something is wrong but do not have a clean name for it. You are the only ones I can think of who might at least listen all the way to the end. You already know about Exit 39, the hatch, the hum, the rope. What you do not know yet is that I tried to outrun it. After I left the station, after the city truck and the lock and the first night of phantom silence, I moved. Twice. The first time I told myself it was just to get closer to a different job, a warehouse gig on the other side of town. Better pay, better hours. That is what I told my parents, my few remaining friends. It is technically true. It is just not the real reason. The real reason was that I wanted new walls, new pipes, new vents, new floors with no memory of humming. I wanted drywall that had never heard that low note under it. I wanted to walk into a new place, shut the door behind me, and feel nothing under my feet but the building's own boring, predictable noises. The first apartment was in a different neighborhood, near a different exit, above a nail salon that always smelled like acetone and cheap incense. The fridge there was older and louder. The AC was just a rattling window unit with delusions of competence. The bathroom vent barely worked at all. The second place, this one, came after I decided that being over a strip mall meant too many shared walls, too many possible excuses. Both times, for a while, I almost managed to believe I had done it. The hum did not show up in the obvious ways. No pulsing under the floor in the middle of the night. No weird coughs from the pipes. No sudden heavy pounding that felt like a distant heartbeat. But the quiet had changed. It took me a few weeks to notice the pattern. At first, it was just something I shrugged off. Those little moments when the apartment seemed to hold its breath. It goes like this. Every night, wherever I am, sitting at the kitchen table, lying in bed, standing in the hallway with the bathroom door half open, there is always a moment when the normal sounds in the building line up and then drop out together. The fridge stops mid-cycle. The AC unit winds down to a stop with a soft click. The pipes go still. Upstairs, the neighbor's TV audio cuts for a beat, like someone has hit mute. For exactly 1 second, everything mechanical that can go quiet does. If you are not listening for it, you might not notice. Your brain will stitch over the gap and chalk it up to coincidence. Machines cycle. That is what they do. Sometimes they just happen to line up. If you are me, that second feels like a hand closing over your mouth. In that 1 second gap, when the building takes that single held breath, the air changes. The pressure bumps up. Not enough to make your ears pop. Not enough to blame on weather. Just a subtle inward push, like you are in a car and someone cracks a window an inch at 60 miles an hour. In that tiny swell, like the faintest thing written on the back of a louder sound, there is sometimes, not always, but often enough, a hint of the hum. It is not the full version, not the bone-deep, chest-filling note from the round cover. This is thinner, stretched, like someone trying to whistle a song through a keyhole. It sits at a higher pitch, squeezed through whatever cracks it can find, compressed into the smallest possible shape. If I were not already primed to recognize it, I could convince myself it is just the building settling. The ghost of a train 5 blocks away, blood in my own ears. I have moved from one set of walls to another, traded one set of vents for another, and the pattern has followed. New address, same second. It does not happen at the same time every night. There is no clock I can set my watch by. It slides around between midnight and 3 a.m., shifting, maybe on purpose, but it always comes. That brings us back here, to this table, this apartment, this second. I am finishing the last lines of this email, fingers resting on the keys. The laptop's fan murmurs quietly, working harder than it should for such a boring document. The fridge is in the middle of a cycle. The AC humming. The neighbor's TV laugh track trickling through the ceiling, like the sound of a party I was not invited to. I can feel the fatigue sitting behind my eyes. I can feel the rope burn around my waist even though there is nothing there. I can feel the phantom absence of a hum that used to fill every quiet moment of my life. I type, "If you play this for your viewers," and pause, because I already know what comes next. And that is when it happens. The AC unit on the wall to my right shuts off mid-cycle. No gentle wind down, no polite fade, just a sharp click, fan blades stopping like someone pinched the cord. The fridge drops out a fraction of a second later, its hum cutting in the middle of a vibration and leaving the air around where it should be buzzing feeling strangely naked. Above me, the neighbor's TV cuts off mid-laugh. The sound chopped clean in the middle of some audience reaction. The faint bass thump from someone's car outside vanishes like a radio switched off. The ceiling light still burns. The laptop still glows. But every mechanical sound in the building has gone dead at once. The entire structure falls into a single, heavy second, of mechanical silence. In that second, the air in the apartment thickens. There is that tiny rise of pressure, that car window sensation. My ears register it even if I pretend not to. From the bathroom doorway behind me, through the narrow hall and around the corner, I hear the vent. Not the fan whirring, that stays off. What comes through that dark, rectangular mouth in the ceiling is a sound I know too well. A slow, rattling inhale. It sounds like lungs full of liquid trying to pull in one more breath, wet at the edges. Thick. The kind of breath you hear in hospital rooms right before a machine starts making a different noise. The air in the kitchen moves with it, just a fraction. A draft that should not exist runs over the back of my neck. Then, behind that, threaded under the inhale, there is a sound like metal dragging, faint, far away, but unmistakable, as if some distant, unseen cover is being inched aside, shoved across concrete a fraction at a time, somewhere behind the drywall, somewhere under somebody's floor. The 1 second stretches, then it snaps. The fridge kicks back on with a clunk, as if nothing happened. The AC exhales, fans spinning up. Upstairs, the laugh track resumes like the joke had never been interrupted. A horn bleats faintly from the street. Pipes in the wall give a small, apologetic knock. The building exhales. I do not move. I do not get up to check the bathroom. I do not flip the vent switch. I do not press my ear to the tile. I put my fingers back on the keys and finish what I set out to do. If you play this for your viewers, I type, some of them are going to say it was just bad wiring, or gas lines, or a tired brain mixing up sounds. I hope they are right. Because if they are wrong, then at some point, when their house goes quiet for that 1 second, they are going to find out what it sounds like when it finally reaches their floor.